Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay, can you hear that? Test 1 2. Okay, we got audio. And we have video. Okay,
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you hear that?
Test 1, 2, okay, we got audio.
you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio. And read video.
Okay, can you read that?
Test 1, 2, 3, read audio.
can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. And we have video.
Okay, can you read that?
Audio. video.
Okay, can you figure that out?
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 Audio.
Can you figure that out? 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 Can you figure that out?
Sorry. So St. Cloud folks, let Rory know if you want us to repeat everything. Okay, we'll just keep going then. How do I get to, how do I make this 100% or zoom in?
Bottom right.
God, Word, I hate you. You used to be so good.
And that will clip onto your shirt.
Yeah, but I don't want to end up, I don't want the microphone. I'm not the star here.
Well, there's two.
There you go. Do we have a way of getting freshmen from St. Cloud? Okay. So I would say otherwise, just come on up and visit. Simon, do you remember the story from that we heard later from the first year we did this? About a coach and telling their team members not to make so many buttons.
Oh, yeah. So,
That's a good way to end.
so to end it off, there was this one coach who came up to us after an event and told us about how they had to tell their team to quit making buttons at our booth because I guess we ended up stealing an entire FRC team and keeping them at our button booth on accident, but I guess they were that into buttons. So it just goes to show how like popular this activity can be. It can be a really good team building activity too. So I think that's everything unless St. Cloud wanted us to repeat everything. Do you know?
No idea.
Um,
I got the impression they were picking up some of it, so.
Okay. Well, if you're curious, St. Cloud, mainly the main points would be like, we started making buttons a few years ago, and we brought them to competition. Didn't have anything ready, so we just had people make their own buttons, and found that that was a really enjoyable activity for people. So since then, we've been making our own little button tables at events to allow people to make buttons. And then if you want to summarize the jewelry points.
Basically, we just started it for kind of fun to see how it would go over at competitions, and it went really well. So that was 2 years ago, and then last year we started making a bunch more of the jewelry so that we could give away a lot of it. And we got rid of a good portion of it. Almost more than half of it was gone by the time we got back from our competition, which is really popular. And it's also really popular when we do things at like the elementary schools or things at our high school, those kinds of events. Those are really popular for that too. It's just kind of a fun thing for kids and people at our competitions to do.
Yeah, otherwise, mainly a lot of these activities, being button making and jewelry making, can help bring people into robotics who would otherwise feel excluded. It helps more artistic people find their way into this activity who might not be interested in building a robot, but would be interested in helping to create a team like feel and design. So I think that's all, unless there's any more questions, but. Okay.
This session goes for another, I think, 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, feel free to stick around, make more buttons.
Yeah, make more buttons if you want.
Thanks for coming. Who's going with that mule? So I get to go to a Zoom meeting for the next like hour or two.
It's on the side.
If you can let the next people. Let the next people who come in here know that those are the mics that you use.
Do you have a pencil? Because we could. Oh, here. Look.
I don't, but I see some over there
Watch this. Watch this.
in a variety of colors. That's a good idea. Okay, I'm gonna go Zoom.
I don't know how to spell Mike. That's also probably wrong. How do you spell Mike?
MIC.
Okay, I was
It's short for microphone.
more correct in the first. Just looked wrong.
Yeah. The resisted the temptation to make the joke when I accidentally had it FRC button. Got the Windows position wrong.
So these are 3D printed, and then we use jewelry accessories that two of our teammates make the little jewelry bits. Yeah, we have a Bamboo Lab X1 carbon. It's really nice.
Is that what you have?
No, I believe it. We got a Bamboo Lab because I have a P1P at home, which is like the simplified version of the X1 carbon basically. And I just kept telling Dr. Craig, we need to get this printer, it's so good.
Did that printer cost?
I let, what is it, X1? X1s go for about like, I don't remember. I know the P1P costs like 600. It's a nice starter printer. The A1 is cheaper and it's more like an industry. And then there's the one we got was like 1,000 maybe. But it also has multicolor printing, which is how we got this little like divided to like spray painted almost.
Oh, right, yeah. Use the film.
Uh-huh.
So you can print more than one.
Yeah, we can print. That's also the way we used to do this device was we print the bottom, stop the print the top in a different color. But it's a lot more clean if we just use the multicolor option. And then we can do stuff like the tricolor studies.
I think that's what he's got.
Yeah.
I think he's got like four colors. I don't monkey with it.
But yeah, I think 3D printers are insanely useful for robotics. I could give a whole speech on that. tried twice now. Here, let me give it a shot. We'll see.
I might be being a little too aggressive.
With the paper brush? Yeah. It's
Minecraft box when I did.
yeah, we had this one, and then we wanted something a bit bigger. And it's something that wouldn't break over time. Because if we're planning on making like $1,000 a year, we want something that'll last.
Yay! Thank you.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you make buttons, you gotta be mindful about the area.
Not having this conversation. No. It says right there, where?
Did it come undone?
So, wait, are these came out of here, right? I think that, yeah, it's this one. This one's too small. So don't use this one. Don't. I think I used that one for the plug there, so.
That was.
Yeah, these are the right size. This one is the right size.
sat with them for 2 hours.
And then we colored on cardboard with markers.
Yeah, we do. We do nasty.
So what's your guys' main school mascot?
A sailboat.
Yeah, you both.
A sailboat and a penguin.
I'm sorry.
There's always been a penguin.
I'm a stark defender of that our mascot is like the best mascot. It's a potato. I mean, like nobody has a potato mascot.
So you're right, your mascot is pretty awesome.
I know. Spuddy's amazing. If you see Spuddy at a football game, it's crazy.
I saw a TikTok video that was like, oh, we should have the same mascot. You can go off the jaguar or wolf, and then I heard mine's a sailboat. They were like, what?
I think that is a little more. I actually can't decide what's more unique, a potato or a sailboat.
I mean, it is Detroit, but big league. Except for nobody swims in the lake, because nobody swims. Everyone hates the lake. Yeah. Justin Bieber went to Detroit Lake, and then he got sued. He was in India. Yeah. What the heck? You were also denied the bathroom. Oh my god.
You need help, but can I show you?
You've been in denial this whole time.
I thought I could resurrect.
Let's see what you managed to draw with it.
I mean, I was able to do one of this one, and I was gonna do this one, but I can't. You know what's nice about putting my redneck on? My parents are homophobic, they're heavily trans, so sucks for me. They don't know, and they probably won't know until after I graduate college.
Cool. I can go get lunch whenever I want. Okay. Yeah. It's gonna cut off the corner of that front leg.
That's fine. As long as the pronoun thing is there, I'm fine. Who do you know what the best thing is?
That probably won't get cut off.
I'm never gonna wear that DL though, because someone will be like, you're a devil! And then I'll probably start screaming. I don't like these ones. Because I want them off.
I know.
And also
guess.
this one.
I could guess.
You in here is making me more comfortable, so I'm gonna
I feel like it's easier to watch it anyway.
because I actually understand. It's just easy to do. I mean, I swear, almost every day, there's one thing in common. That's it. And if it's like no interest, the one thing they have in common is being gay.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's so lovely.
We have similar experiences most of the time.
You can take any of that stuff if you want to.
Are either of you two band nerds at all?
No, sadly, but I'm a choir nerd.
That's good enough. That's like band nerd minus the instrument.
I wanted to be in band. I was going to be the flute, but then they put me in gym and.
I can make it. Or do you want to try to make it?
We have a button maker at our. We have a button maker, but they never make a button. I made one button.
The first one is.
A mini field, am I right?
Yep, mini field. So we might not get the ring of doom on there.
I get my day button.
Well, yeah, we do. You can kind of put it there. You put it down there.
That's so weird.
We've already had a memory conversation.
It's okay, Quinn. It's gonna be fine.
All right. Do you guys want to set it up then? We have like big.
You adopted an autistic child. Shut up. I mean, to be fair, you didn't know. I'm sure you didn't know autistic before you got. There were signs. There were signs. have my information pin and my gay person.
Different. What's different? Okay. So. Wait,
Please don't.
we're not.
That's only a thing I'm allowed to do. They still won't let me do it. Killing thyself. No!
Okay.
Is this somebody's computer up here, or is it the one here?
I think it's one there.
Sure, yep, just remember on the bottom level here, these are reds. Okay. Sorry. I presume loud. I will touch you in game during like one time. Yeah, so that's fair.
This is gonna get covered a little bit.
Audit a little.
Who's this?
I'm assuming you have it. Yes, I touched the cup.
I will never wear these in DL though, because otherwise some Republican is gonna be like,
Oh, cool, thank you.
you one of them, they, them, and I'm like, yes.
Dude, I wear these all the time.
Yeah,
I'm willing to lunch with my magic grandparents.
my parents.
No.
I do not want to be disowned. Good they, them, speak good father. I don't want to be disowned. Not my actual parents.
No, look out there.
Goodbye, friend.
What?
I wasn't leaving. We got to leave you?
You should come with us.
Yeah, that's what it's gonna be.
Yes! New friend! I don't care that
I
I'm
really should be, what I should be doing is going out and buying my friend a birthday present because I still
I don't care.
and his birthday's at 1.
I don't care if I'm a freshman. This one's a dude.
Okay, and just clips on?
Yep, just clips on. If you have a second person, they can have that one too.
Okay, and so I should be able to do slideshow, present review. Perfect. Thank you.
Biggest ego boost. I had to break the news for her that I was like 13.
Okay. Nope, that one doesn't. Yep,
That one don't work.
that does. We just gotta go like this.
What the heck? Oh yeah, it's the launching button.
And then put that one there, and we'll just kind of set these off down here. All right.
You lean it too far back. Me.
And then the question is, all right. You heading over there? Okay,
My girls want to stay here.
Perfect.
And learn about this, so I'm going to go up to planning after kickoff.
Sounds
I
good.
told them to take lots of information from you. And
I'll have it- I
I
get
read
it.
the brochure, but they can.
Yeah.
They're the ones who do the impact board, and I told them this is what you said will get them.
it will, big time.
They were already excited about staying.
Well, and it's just fun to do.
Yes,
It's
I
just,
feel like it will be too. So
Yeah.
they're the ones who will help me get it there.
yep,
Yeah. So.
perfect. All right, guys. I don't know if there's any way to tell for St. Cloud, but
I know they did have problems with that, but maybe that's that
well, we'll find out.
from watching the last one.
Okay.
I took a note.
Perfect. Thanks. Yeah.
I'm still taller.
Kurt, I made a button. I have drew on the button.
And I'm going to want to see that. You started to show it to me, then we can set up. Let me get rid of this. Because I've got everything else I need. All right. You guys here for Unified? You guys here for the Unified Robotics? Cool. We'll get started here in just a minute. Perfect. Yeah. I'm about to get started. Harley and I will get started. I'll do most of the talking, Harley. Hey, Will. Do you want to jump on the YouTube stream and just make sure the mic is on? Because I have no way of knowing. No, on your phone. Go look it up on the robotics thing and just see if you can watch it or something.
See if there's chat.
All right, I'm going to assume that the microphone's working for the YouTube stream, and I'll get going, but if I have to go back and repeat some things, I'll find out. So just a quick introduction. My name is Kirk Anderson, and this is Harley Dahl. We're from Bemidji, Minnesota, team 4674. And we would like to talk about Unified Robotics, which is, do you want to give a quick description of it, Harley, in your words?
Basically people on the spectrum or on autism spectrum, the autism spectrum, put the normal people on the robotic team, basically.
Yeah, basically it's you take students of differing abilities and you put them together on teams. So students with and without special education services, disabilities, might be on the autism spectrum, might have physical disabilities, blind, and we pair students together and have a robotics season using Lego Leagues as the Lego robots as the platform.
Definitely technique, but
yeah. So for us, it became why? Why should we do this? Okay, Unified Robotics, I think it's cool, but why? In our school district, and this is old numbers, it's actually higher than this, but 27% of our, or 21%, I actually think it's closer to 25, of the students in our school district utilize special education services. That's a huge part of our student population. And as such, quite oftentimes, students are maybe pushed away from STEM and STEAM classes and careers because of perceived disabilities. So Unified Robotics is one way that a school can use to introduce students to STEAM careers and help them succeed in those careers. Both are students with and without disabilities. There are students who have no disabilities. We get them involved with Unified Robotics. That's their first introduction to robotics. And it's like, oh, this is something I actually like. As well as students who have disabilities and like, this is cool, but I don't get to maybe join the high school robotics program, or I don't get to take robotics as a class, or principles of engineering, stuff like that. Another thing it does is help students gain communication and leadership skills, and that's both sides of it. Harley, have you had to lead some discussions on your robot and what you want to do?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, or sometimes that's me, because I start early apparently.
Yeah, you do start early. Unified Robotics is an independent organization. It's not associated with Unified and Special Olympics officially nationwide. It's its own organization based off Seattle, Washington. Started in 2015 by a FRC student who had a sister that was, just because of being on the autism spectrum, had a hard time with some of the things that come along with the rigors of FIRST Robotics, but really enjoyed it, really wanted to be part of that community. And so this was developed to bring students with disabilities in. And it's really cool. Core values, very similar to FIRST Robotics and other programs, but just respecting people, seeing everybody has value. Willingness, especially willingness to learn, empathy, community, building a community and success. These are really what drives it. And I'll be doing a session later today, and I really think knowing your core values and knowing your mission statement is important for any robotics program, whether it's FRC, FTC, VEX, FRC, Lego League. Understanding why you're doing and what you hold important is really important. I won't go a whole lot more on that. So how does Unified Robotics work? Basically, it brings students of all abilities together to build a Lego Spike Prime robot. Like one of these. You want to hold that up, Harley? So here's an example of one that one of our students built this year. And we then compete in regionals. So back a couple weeks ago, Minnesota in Bemidji had their third regional. We started about 3 years ago, and we had about 18 schools. I'll get to that later. But it's kind of similar to an FRC or an FTC season where you get a game release, and you have a certain amount of time to build, and then you get to go compete. Team members of 2 to 6 members. So my recommendation is, if at all possible, have team members of 2. Harley, is it more fun to have you and a, okay, 2. You start getting more than that, and you start more hands in the robot. It really allows for the relationship. I think the relationship is probably the most important thing. But if you have to, due to limited resources, go as high as 6. And I'll explain later, we have programs to try to eliminate those resources. But also really important is you want a 1-to-1 ratio of students with and without disabilities. And if anybody has any questions anytime, yell, make me stop. So what do we need to build a robot? The Lego Spike Prime kits. Basically, we have a large motor, 2 medium motors. It's basically the same kit that Lego League uses, what we would use for FLL. And they retail for, I think it's about between $400 and $500 is what the cost of the kit would be. And the restrictions for Unified Robotics are basically that you have to use just the one brain, one large motor. Basically, the sensors are the only pieces that they restrict you on. As far as the Lego pieces,
Could go
nuts. Yeah.
Theoretically, you could go nuts.
Somebody likes to go nuts. Harley, I wish I think I might have a picture in there, but we got some pictures of Harley's robots, and I don't know,
I'm thinking about buying Lego project. I'm gonna show you weird Lego projects.
yeah, so really likes to decorate it out. So that's the materials needed. Programming the robot, it's the Spike Prime app. And you can download that at education.lego.com. It looks like this. It's block coding. So very similar to if anybody's used Scratch, Scratch program in school. It's the same platform, except that you get to do motors and motor controllers and sensors and inputs if you want. All right. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about last year's game. Harley, is that your robot on the screen? On the left?
Yes.
On the left, that's a Harley bot. That's a Harley bot.
Yes. There was gonna be, there will be a mech on it.
So back in actually I think that was 24 game was Wacky Robot Races. Do you want to explain what that was like, Harley, that game?
Oh, hey, look, Kevin.
Yeah, there's Kevin.
Very fun, very good, and not like we really didn't have a meltdown because by our robot driving it dropped stuff down.
Drop stuff down. Anybody play Mario Kart? Anybody play Mario? Yes, you played Mario Kart. Yes. So you have to make 3 laps around a thing, right? So we program our robots to go 3 laps around. And in Mario Kart, if you get things, you can throw banana peels and turtles and stuff on the track. Well, you could program your robots to throw stuff on the track. And the goal was to make 3 laps, and you get ranking points by completing the rap, stopping in the right spot, not getting rescued. If you finished first, and you had to finish within a certain time limit. I think we had a 2.5 minute time limit. But just like Mario Kart, if you drop an oil slick down and you come back around and no one else has hit it, you might hit it yourself. So it was really fun to watch this stuff, and you can see items being delivered on the track. So kind of like Mario Kart, or for some of us that are a bit older, Wacky Robot or Wacky Races, the Hanna-Barbera cartoon, is what it actually was.
Or if you're younger, Sonic Crossroads.
Sonic Crossroads?
Worlds. Like,
Worlds? Okay.
if you're being Mario, oh yeah.
So this is kind of a little bit about our experience. And so these are a couple teams from Bemidji and Red Lake, Red Lake and Bemidji were the ones that actually started Unified Robotics in Minnesota. The first year in 2023, it was just the 2 schools, 4 teams, and a lot of fun. So it wasn't a full-blown tournament. Then last year, when we did Wacky Robot Races, we had 5 different schools and 12 different teams. And what we did with that one is we actually divided 4 teams were all middle school kids or upper elementary. So we put, because we had elementary students, we put a separate division for them. And it was a lot of fun.
Yep.
Actually, my favorite quote with this, oh no, I'll get to that on our next thing. So here's a couple of the robot races from last year. Red Lake, at that point, became the 2-time state champion in Unified Robotics for Minnesota, which I thought was pretty neat. All right. Right off the bat, I'm going to quote this guy. So probably one of my favorite stories. Okay, I told the story, Harley?
Yeah,
When
go ahead.
Well, okay. So our very first Unified Robotics meeting, we had no idea what we were doing. So if anybody is in here thinking, I have no clue, this is kind of scary, this is kind of like, I don't know what to do, that's how we felt. That's how I felt. And Harley comes in, and Harley, do you like to know everything that's going on?
Half of the time.
Yeah.
Nowadays, half of the time.
Half of the time. Really had a lot of questions. What is this? What game are we playing? The game hadn't been released yet. How long does this take? What are we going to use? How do we play the game? How do we build it? Remember all those questions?
Yes.
You remember my response?
We don't know.
I don't know. And what did you say?
Oh, we're making history.
We're making history. We're not making robots, we're making history. So, which I think is a great way to look at it. So anybody who's starting at a new school, the students are making history. They're doing something that hasn't been done before. What we also noticed was it increased engagement with unified sports. So in our unified sports program in school, Harley, did you really like unified sports? Before Unified Robotics?
How do I take it nightly? That could be my main question.
You can be kind of blunt.
I hated it with a burning pattern.
Okay. But are you talking with the unified sports directors now a lot more?
Yes, I have.
So a lot of that, unified sports isn't necessarily for everybody. However, this introduced more opportunities for people like Harley, who maybe unified sports wasn't their thing, but really opened your life to that side of the world too.
Yeah, and before that, I was basically doing a D&D campaign up on the track with Burton. So, yeah.
Yeah, just doing a D&D campaign, and then you became a little more involved.
Before that, and then there, and then here, right now. Yep.
Yep.
Great timeline.
So, and that first year, this is a rough estimate, probably about 536 extra high fives and fist bumps over the 5 months after that, because every time I walked into the classroom or through the cafeteria or down the halls of the school, well, Harley and I see each other on a daily basis now, and I don't even work at the high school. And we had other students who just beeline across, talk about what they're doing. it really helps make people's worlds a little larger. It made my world a little bit larger, more people that I got to meet. So here's basically the results. This is what happened over the last few years. So again, 2023, 2 schools, 4 teams, but a lot of fun. 24, 5 schools, 12 teams, including middle school division. And then this past year, we had 13 schools across the state sign up. We also received grant money for Unified Robotics kits. So I had mentioned earlier the Lego League kits were about $400 or $500 to buy it. We got a grant that any school that signed up and promised to compete in the regional would receive a free Lego kit. The only requirement was to show up with the team. We were hoping to add a second regional towards the kind of more central Minnesota, St. Cloud area, which didn't come to fruition as of yet, but maybe we'll do a fun match. We're really hoping. Anybody down in St. Cloud, hopefully down in that area, CIS is really looking hard at this, so hopefully get that. Just kind of a little bit about the Bemidji Regional. It was held on December 22nd. It was big enough we had to have 2 divisions. So we now have 4 Unified Robotics tables built and ready to go. Had 18 teams from 8 different schools. So it's been growing a lot each year. My opinion is, well, here, go to the next one. Yeah, I'll just kind of go through some of this stuff. Realistically, there's about 200 FIRST robotics teams in the state of Minnesota, just a little less. About, over 100 FTC teams. There's 50 schools do VEX robotics. The potential for growth in the state in this area is huge, and there really is no reason not to. It's a great program. Bemidji, we had 4 teams this past year. I would like to get it up to 10 teams. Keep hosting a regional. We started coordinating with Special Olympics Minnesota. So if you're a school or your community, somebody who works with Special Olympics, we contacted them last spring, and they've been reaching out to schools and organizations to try to get some interest there. We are part of the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference. So Detroit Lakes and any of the robotics teams from here that are part of that, we work to help get that going there as well. And we work really well together to try to support each other in all of our robotics endeavors. And then I mentioned the grants, specifically the grant to get Lego kits, and we still have a few Lego kits available looking into next year. And they are designated for Unified Robotics. So I cannot take them and give them to a Lego League team. They are for Unified Robotics. So that's the requirement there. So any questions or thoughts about it as a whole? And then we'll go over this year's game, because this year's game was a lot of fun. And so I do want to give a couple slides and do a demonstration here. But any questions so far about Unified Robotics in general? Yeah?
You said it was a 1-to-1 ratio. How do you pair 2 people up, or do they just pair each other up?
We pair people up. So, I mean, you can kind of pick who you want to be with.
Yeah.
So,
I let you join early and already built your robot.
yeah, okay, yes. Unless you're like Harley and just jump in early and build your robot without consulting a partner, and then the partner comes in. And yeah, that's true. Yeah, you had to do a couple rebuilds, didn't you?
Only one.
Only one. Okay.
Only one.
So this year's game is Lord of the Robots. I'm trying to think. Nope, and that's a YouTube clip, so I'm not going to try to play that. So basically, this year's game is Lord of the Robots. Anybody want to take a guess at what that's a riff off of? Yeah, Lord of the Rings, yep. Little Tolkien verse there. So we have to accept our quest, which is to basically do you want to explain the game, Harley?
Yeah, basically knock down towers and basically put their ball in here.
Yep. So there's a volcano, Mount Doom.
Our Lord dying in line.
And the goal is to knock down these towers. And there's some restrictions. There's different types of heroes that we use. The actual full field is a Lego League size table. So it's 8 by 4. We carpet it instead of having a mat on there. And you can build a couple types of heroes. And this one is, so there's 2 different types. This one is a ballista. So the ballista is a robot that does not move, and it can fire up to 3 boulders at a time.
Or
So-
for some people, use a shotgun, basically.
Or some people use almost like a shotgun. A scout can move. It can turn the wheel 2 times per turn, and but it can only shoot 1 boulder at a time. And the goal is to knock these down. This was the first year they did a collaborative game. So one team builds one robot, one team builds another robot, and just like in FTC or FRC, we mix them up each match. So you're always playing with a new person, and you got your points, versus last year and the previous years, it was robot versus robot. Which one did you prefer, Harley? I haven't even asked you that. Do you like the collaborative of this year, or did you like...
I like the collaborative tip. I like both styles.
You like both styles?
It would be interesting doing a hybrid of both.
Doing a hybrid of both?
That would be...
That would be interesting. That would be.
The chaos from that would be more interesting.
Yes, the chaos. Yes, the chaos would be. Okay, so before you hit that button, so the way a match starts is ref counts on a match. Each team can aim their robot. They have to start behind the line here, and then they can aim, and then they can do their robots. So I think I have to hit this button one more time. Oh.
We have technical errors. Everything.
Try it now. Maybe it's supposed to be F. Okay, there we go.
We could have built this.
And then the other robot might choose to do this.
How do you... I really wish we built this one instead of the one I built.
And the match would go for 3 different rounds, try to knock down as many cups, and the teams keep the cups points. And they're worth different points depending on which tower you knock down, how much it's knocked down, and whether over here you can actually get one of the boulders to go into Mount Doom, the volcano.
Side note, I wish we built that in the bed. For my, yeah. You know, I'm gonna have that ball later.
Okay, yeah, we can get the ball later. So how do we get started? One way is to reach out to, if you're in Minnesota, your school's Unified or Special Olympics teacher or coach, because they should have been contacted by Special Olympics Minnesota, especially if you have a robotics program. They were strategically looking for schools that had those. But anybody can do it. You know, when we talked about community, that's great. That's one way is to get a program started with interested people. Create an account through portal.unifiedrobotics.org. And you create an account and you register as a new school or organization. And you can go to unifiedrobotics.org, start guidebooks for more information. Yeah, but realistically, and you do need to be ready with your registration fee, which is 0. There is no registration fee for Unified Robotics. There's no cost to play in terms of supporting the organization. It's funded by grants. We work really hard, run by volunteers, and so there's no registration fee, so there's no reaching out to 3M or Medtronic trying to get grants to buy kits and build robots every year. And, well, and like I said, we got those. So we try to keep it really simple for that. Here's the list of websites that are available. So Unified Robotics website itself is just unifiedrobotics.org. Signing up through the portal. Guidebooks. So starting in a new region or a new school. Most people, I would say, starting in a new school is where you would want to go. Starting in a new region is, like when we started in Minnesota, this is what I get the information on. How to run an event, who to contact, list of volunteers that you need, kind of the bigger organizational stuff. Basically in your school, you need an adult coach, you need 2 students, you need a Lego kit. That's it. It's not hard to do, no. But it is one of the most highest return on investment activities I've been part of. This year's deadlines, so again, kind of moot for this year, but kind of gives you an idea for next year. So school and organization deadline, they look at October 12th. Yes, if you're in Minnesota and you reach out to me, I can make things happen. I can add schools and organizations almost at any point. And then team deadline is beginning in November. That's basically so we can start setting up the playoffs or the schedule of the tournament, knowing how many fields we need to have, how many divisions we're going to make. I did try to be very flexible this year, and it led to a lot of stress on my end. So, but again, reaching out to the regional director, whoever that happens to be, we can work with a lot of schools. We can be very flexible. It's not as rigid. The goal is not to exclude anybody. The goal is to bring in as many people as we can. But I am learning the more people we have, the more you kind of have to have structure. But that kind of gives you an idea of what the timelines are, deadlines on any given season. In terms of a yearly schedule, you know, kind of hitting that January, June here field now, we're kind of set goals for next season, start looking at it. July and August is when we are planning the game. We are taking a look at what new regions might be coming up, reaching out to people who have expressed interest in starting a new region, starting new teams, and making sure they have resources. Late September is when we have our kickoff. So the kickoff is after school gets started. It's basically a cast on YouTube or WebEx for people to watch. And we release a game video. We release the game manual. And then over 6 weeks, teams work on their building robot. I recommend meeting maybe once a week. However, Harley?
Some people may overdo it.
Some teams may overdo it. Or is it possible to do it in one night?
Do it in one night, yes.
Yeah, it's possible to build the robot in one night. So for some people, it might just be it's up to the students. We do provide some guidelines and help for if you've never built a Lego robot before, never programmed one. We have a variation of a kitbot. The recommendation is to let the coaches see it, but not the students, unless the students really, really need some help getting some ideas. But the idea is we want to see as much creativity as possible. As you can see here, this is actually one that was built almost to spec. This is one some students came up with.
Yeah, I am jealous.
Yeah, and you're jealous because you weren't the one that came up with that.
Yeah, mainly because I went to shotgun one.
Yes.
And it would have better aim and everything else.
Long-term goal would be that sometime in December, it would be really neat to have a international championship somewhere. I'm guessing probably Washington, given that's where it started from. To give you an idea of where Unified has come from, it started in Washington in 2015. There were a couple teams in Texas and a couple teams, Oregon also had quite a few teams, and Michigan had a few to start with. And then COVID hit, and it kind of went underground for a while. And in 2023, when it started back up, Minnesota, and at that time, a team from Australia called Project Bucephalus. Incidentally, they won the Impact at the World Championships this last year down in Houston. So they're a really good team. they partnered with Unified to start doing game development. And they are really good, and they're good to work with. Since then, it's expanded to, well, obviously Minnesota, Michigan's restarted, Massachusetts, California, Florida, Turkey, mentioned Australia, probably a few other states that I'm forgetting. But it is starting to grow more and more across the world. It's really exciting to be part of that. So yeah, more information, unifiedrobotics.org. If you have questions or need assistance, you can reach us at team4674 at gmail.com, which is the FRC team in Bemidji. And it's basically, if you're part of the FRC team, you're part of Unified. That's just the way we're running from here on out. And if you have questions, there's an email specific for questions at unifiedrobotics.org as well. And on that, if anybody has any questions or if anybody wants to come up and play the game on an abbreviated field, that's pretty much what I have. Any other thoughts, questions? Okay, I think we finished within our our time limit. All right. You guys, thank you all for coming. This is something that I value very highly, and seeing interest I appreciate it. So yeah, if anybody wants to come up and play.
Just to add, the parents have a blast.
Oh yeah. We have Harley's parents here too, and it's been great. Yeah. And next year, our team is growing such that we will have lots of people to help with going and doing things. Yeah, if you want to play Harley, go for it.
I might try it now.
You might have to move it back just a little bit. Go. Yeah, up there. Oh, I'm in this room.
Again, MoneyBot is.
Yep. Oh, next.
Yeah, you're next.
Oh, okay, I'm next. I didn't look at the schedule that much. Hit it one more time.
Oh, wait. Wait, so did you program that one?
No, but I like to stare at the program. It's a good idea how it works.
I think it's the ball's stuck in there. It's jamming up. Let's try this. Yeah.
Yeah. Harley, they're going up in Norway. Oh, no.
I bet you did this. Lowered it a little bit.
I'm assuming now we put them away. Or leave it out.
We'll move it off to the side.
There's a group heading over for lunch now.
Who's lunch now?
Yeah, starts at 11.
Oh, so you must be after.
After lunch?
It is our
A
team.
bunch of people heading over, so you
Okay.
just follow that.
All right, sounds good.
That works.
Nope, lunch is at 11.
I thought it was after.
Oh, okay.
put that back over there, Harley?
Oh, yep. Kurt, can we clean it up?
Honestly, that was my favorite thing. It's like,
I think we got it.
Yep.
Gotta get good time.
Yeah, lunch is after, and then news.
Right.
After the other group is doing now.
I could say that.
Yes.
The first. I want us both to off. Try it.
Matter of fact, Cambridge came out and they had variety teams. We had 2 teams of 4. And I called them before and said, hey, if you go down 2 teams, I will do 3 robots. Yep. So they came up with robots. They came up with before, built 3 robots, built 2 more robots. 4 hours, 5 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's just what we're working on. Yep. And so spreading the word and getting people, that's the biggest thing. And I did not bring any brochures and stuff. I'm sure.
I didn't see that one. During the game. No, me, they were trying to compare it to,
And just kind of to obviously.
Daniel and you guys went and worked at.
The only kind of, yeah, just for regional, I think this is more of we had minor. Is if we can get international.
Yeah,
Egan's doing it in school, this was fun. In fact, he's doing it in school, this is fun, because they can't pull together.
see, how I would do it, is do it, I would put that.
2 organizations. 2 organizations. So if it's school,
See,
communities,
like,
there you go.
I'm gonna make capital. I should have like,
Regional, but I didn't
you know,
talk about choice was school.
I
So
should have
we
done
don't
it.
choice, we do fit in.
That's what I should have done.
We have referees that get.
That's like, how do you know a lot?
We go as big as we do.
Yeah, we go, yeah.
We go a little nuts.
I should have just,
I had 41
Nope.
boys.
nope, but
Which was.
because we have
Once
four
you
fine
use
moms.
volunteer recruitment, you don't need it. Especially this one.
They're good, like, putting that, or, for the,
Yes, so.
Yeah.
Society.
or, me, like,
This is like the.
calling me out on exaggerating, yeah,
Obviously,
Exactly.
for the CT.
yeah, and it's like a,
get to us either way.
Either way, okay. You got plenty of time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And if Rory does the STEM Expo again this year, and you guys had it at the fairgrounds every now and then, like these, you have to go to MPC at this year as well. And then you guys are at Bismarck?
We're in Bismarck.
Yep, so it's a bit of a haul, but in all honesty, like, if you, I go drive all day.
Yep.
You do get
We do.
somebody join. Please make sure they have more that way. Please.
I almost
Please.
ended up, and I just wasn't hearing back from them, like, there was a team from Wisconsin in Green Bay
That wanted.
they wanted to travel, like, guys, don't travel, start your own. And I was like, I will come out and help.
Yeah, it would just be easier to just, yeah.
They wanted to
little
travel.
local thing,
Yeah.
one
Like I
little
said, we
thing
started
thing.
small.
We started us, Red
Four
Lake,
teams.
each 2 teams,
Mhm.
Yep.
Yep, and let it grow.
and then we just did,
You know what
we
else
did
is
basically
cool?
3
University of Mary
brackets.
Education Department. And
Catholic
therapy
Global
department.
Colleges.
Let go out there with semester to teach stuff to come from that.
Kurt, I beg.
And I think we can get more,
Fun for college students to review.
Yep.
Yeah, and they have the engineering, the engineering department, yeah. Okay, well, thank you.
thank you guys for stopping in.
Got a real spin off tonight.
Kurt, I beg, please don't. Please don't. I don't want to kill your bottle every time, Kurt.
I want him to see what you said. I'm doing this, hey, I'm doing this, hey, I'm doing this. Hey, send a kid in. Yep.
I'm gonna wander around till closer to 15.
Unless everybody did leave from FRC stuff, but I don't. I want to see that button. Yep. Spinosaurus. Yep. Yep. Your version of it, whatever else.
I will leave everything around.
Whatever your version is of it.
Oh yeah, Kurt, please, I beg you, please don't add about the Giants are taking, please don't. Because I really don't want to bring like a whole
No,
bunch
you
of
guys don't count for this one because you guys have money, so it's.
We just like spent all of it.
Yeah, so did we.
That's kind of how that works.
I'm in a different class with the
Oh. Well, Olivia. Come here. You stay here.
Actually, a lot of the stuff that I'm talking here today. You guys have. Where's my phone?
There much on this one for presentating?
Oh, I've got like 15, 16 slides in this one.
I might actually run to the climbing
Yeah, I would do that.
mechanism one. Just because I feel like there's always something we can learn.
Oh, yeah, this is,
I didn't see who was putting it on. I'm looking.
yeah, and Amy's up in that
Mark,
one.
Mark, you're in.
yeah, Durand. That should be a pretty good one.
Should be.
Huh.
That's a 300.
Yeah, I think that's the one I'll go to,
Okay.
unless you need a hand here, so.
Well, the only thing I need to do is find my phone again. Don't tell the kids.
Want to call it?
Yeah, it should be.
I hear it.
Over here. Oh, there it is.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go upstairs.
I'm good.
Give me a message if you need me.
And then back to back. MoneyBot, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
I'm just still check on the room, but you got this down.
So I think it'd be nice to be able to tell, like see the other color too. Have this little screen that would, so you can see same color. Which we're not gonna make happen. but-
No, because we don't have.
But for future, it's nice to know, okay, my top between the two.
Yeah.
Maybe sort of a live chat or something for something I can.
Yeah.
But that's down the road. This one? Harley, you're back. Might just be you and me.
Money. That's what's in here now?
Yep. I'm gonna do that one.
I didn't know you were doing that one too.
I'm doing that one too.
How did the last one go? Did the girls ask questions or?
Yeah, they asked a couple questions. Hopefully you got something and.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
know how to
if
get
not,
ahold
I'll
of me,
look
so-
on it, and I just haven't had time, it's been so busy this fall.
And the gals from Bismarck and FTC were also interested in it. 'cause
Oh, okay.
we're getting it started in North
So
Dakota.
that would be good,
It would
yes.
be really good. We haven't
Yes.
done that. North Dakota hasn't done it yet.
No,
so
yeah.
That makes it interesting. Hey, Lakers.
Kurt, you got one now?
Yep. Yep, this is the other one I'm doing, so. I'll just give it a couple more minutes. All right. Anybody else that comes in, they'll just have to catch up with this. All right, so there's rich teams, there's poor teams, and there's about 50 feet of crap, and then there's us. Has anybody felt like that when it comes to robotics? Okay. That's actually a quote from the 2011 movie Moneyball, referring to baseball. But I know for us in Bemidji, we kind of felt that way sometimes. And so I think no matter where you are, everybody feels like, hey, there's always people that have more resources than us. And so what we've done in Bemidji is we've really tried to kind of take a look at, be really strategic about how we look at what we have and maximize what we have. And that, which is kind of the theory behind in baseball, Moneyball, sabermetrics, so forth. So I started kind of doing the same thing with robotics and found some really cool stuff. So before we dive into that, just a little bit about me. My name is Kirk Anderson, head coach for Team 4674 out of Bemidji. I like robotics. That's why I'm here. I really love watching students develop their skills, their abilities, their personalities, their traits. That's actually what drives me. If it wasn't for that, robotics can go off to the wayside. I hate math, but I love numbers. We got a lot of numbers in here. And we'll try to make sense of some of it. And I use numbers and statistics to really drive our decision making on the team. I work in IT at Bemidji's area schools, so I am, yes, part of the geek squad. I tell a lot of teachers how to turn computers off and on again. If you think master's degree means you are really, really good at everything, it doesn't. Head coach as a RoboJax, and I am also Unified Robotics Minnesota Regional Director. So very involved with Unified Robotics as well, which I just did a topic, or just did a session on last topic that way. But if you have any questions about Unified Robotics, please talk to me. It's one of my other great loves. So this session, we'll be going over some of the topic sessions, things that we need to consider. First and foremost is your team goals and capabilities. Every team is different. Even teams that we think of as having less resources, not every team has the same less resources. Every team that has more resources, every team has different more resources. What's your abilities? We're going to talk about some of that stuff. Something I call the 4 C's, and that's kind of evolving. We're going to talk about free points. You know, there's in every robotics game, there are points that are just there for you to have. We're going to talk about how important they are. Points in general. There's a lot of different ways we do points, and we've added more over the years. And then kind of at the heart or the culmination of all this is some point prediction models that I have been looking at, developing, that hopefully will be helpful in helping teams decide how they want to approach each year's game. And so there's going to be a lot of generalities, but we can also talk about the specifics of your resources or your resources of your specific team. I'd be happy to kind of give, you know, hear what areas you're struggling with, you know, why you think this is important, how this could help you out. So that's basically the roadmap for what we're doing here. Oops, come on, I don't want you, I want you. Okay. This may seem like, okay, why are we talking about this? I really think it is important every team understand what their values, what their mission statement are. So I put down the first values. What is it, the first values? And to me, a value is something you're willing to sacrifice for. And it's something that guides your actions. It's a belief that guides your actions. So first, and our team is a little different, but first, their values, if you look on their website, you're going to see discovery, you're going to see innovation. So they're important, and those two I think are very tied together. We're going to find new ways of doing things. We're going to discover new ideas. We're going to look at the world differently than we looked at it a year ago, 6 months ago, sometimes 5 minutes ago. Impact. Make a change, make a positive change in the world around you. I think FIRST has done that very, very well. Inclusion, bring everybody in. You know, if you look at your robotics teams, you probably find there's a wide variety of abilities, of skills, people who have I look at my build team, my students who are interested in building, and I look at my students who are interested in programming. Quite often they are very different in their attitudes, their beliefs, their backgrounds, how they look at the world, but they're coming together to build a robot. And I think that's really cool, which comes into teamwork, because working together as a team is important. And it should be fun. And I prefer the term joy, because sometimes what we're doing isn't fun. But when you get to the end of the process, you look back at it and you have a sense of pride, and you can take joy in even some of the pain that you go through. It's like, hey, this was worth it. So your values and your missions are ultimately what drive your team's performance. In Bemidji, our mission statement is building students who are geared for success. That's why we do what we do. So understanding your why. Why is it that you do it? Why are you on the robotics team? What is it that drives you to be on there? Understanding that. Why are you a coach on a robotics team? Understanding those things at a fundamental level also set you up for life in general. So I just really think that that is foundational. And that's what sets everything else up, and that kind of helps determine how you use your resources, understanding those things. And so yes, a little preachy perhaps, but really understanding your team's why, your why, leading with that, I think it's very important. And that's why I want to start this session with that. Another thing is I am a big fan of Coach John Wooden. He was the UCLA basketball coach for 50s, 60s, and 70s. I think he started in 56 at UCLA. Winningest coach in basketball history. Went years without losing games as a college basketball coach. And he came up with what he's called the pyramid of success. And if you look in the words, and they may be kind of hard to see, you'll see a lot of things that are very similar to what's in FIRST Robotics. You see things like team spirit, you see things like initiative, cooperation, friendship, enthusiasm, fun, enthusiasm, joy. I think what we did with our team at the RoboJacks is we kind of combined the first values and the bottom two tiers of that to come up with our own set of values that kind of tried to include all of those. So impact was one that we put on there. Industriousness or hard work. Enthusiasm, your attitude. Those are kind of our core ones, but also teamwork, initiative, innovation. Those are our values. And then his definition of success, because I think that's also very important too, is do the best you can to be the best you're capable of being. So success, hard to put a number on it. It's kind of a moving scale. And honestly, I don't think any of us ever quite hit it, and that's okay. How close are you getting? Because it's kind of one of those curves that the higher up you get, it flattens out, and you never quite get there, but you're better and better for it. So at the RoboJacks, I don't necessarily define success on whether or not we won a regional or whether or not we did things. We do set goals, and a little bit later we might talk about some of the differences between goals and success. But what I'm ultimately looking for is, did my team achieve its highest level of potential? That's what I'm looking for. And I can get a little owly when I think we haven't reached it. But at the same time, we have had things where we don't reach our goals, and I can't be more proud of the students on that team because I know how hard they tried. I know that they gave me everything that they had, and it's a lot, but that's also all I ask for. So you need to know what your team's goals and capabilities are. So take a look at what resources you have. What do you have in your shop at school? So I don't know, Detroit Lakes, what kind of shops do you guys have? Do you have a welding shop? Do you have a woodworking shop? Kind of a woodworking shop? Okay.
We separated from the school, so we have our own building.
You have your own building?
Like room in a building.
Okay.
So we don't have much of the materials.
And is it kind of away from the shop wing, or is it close by?
It's in a different building.
The whole building different entirely, yep. And I know at Bemidji we are fortunate that we've actually been able to move into the shop space. And it's been very grateful. How about you guys?
We have a construction shop and a welding shop.
Okay.
They are getting more willing to help us.
Yes.
Right away, they're like, no, you can't come in here and do anything, and we have to go through all this training.
Yep.
Which I understand, but where now my students have gotten, when taking the classes, they're more receptive to robotics now. So then they will, if the student brings it, they can help while they're in the class doing it.
Yes.
Or the teachers will find a student that's not in robotics that they feel comfortable that could do it. So, yes, it's getting better, but.
Yeah, and Ben, that's part of the resources too, is finding other students and teachers in the school that maybe can help with fabrication of parts and drilling holes and stuff. And every school is different. So like I said, we've been fortunate enough to actually have a lot of resources become available at our school. But talking about classes, we have a machine tooling shop. We've got metal lathes, we've got mills, we've got a CNC mill. I mean, like, we can take a thing, put in. We weren't teaching that class for 3 years. I had no students who could run it. We didn't have a teacher who could run it. So we had this great thing and really didn't know how to use it or use it efficiently. We had people who knew how to set them up, but they were setting them up for mass production, which meant that we were taking way more time setting it up than actually making the part once we put it in there. Take 10 minutes to make the part, hour and a half to set up. That's not worth it. So, but understanding local mentors, sponsors, some of your sponsors. We've got sponsors who have, once they hear a little more about us, are willing to help out with things. So sponsors have resources we don't always know about. Hubs and conferences, being part of the Northern Minnesota Robotics Conference, NMRC. We network to have a bunch of resources. Rookie versus veteran teams. Rookies, and like when it comes to money, there's some funding available for newer teams that us veteran teams. I'm becoming very aware of that because there's a rookie team in Bemidji, and I'm like, people are lining up to throw money at you guys, and they're gonna have a much nicer pit and way newer tools than I have because they're pulling that off. So understanding your goals, your capabilities, what you can do, what are your resources. Know what you want to do, okay? For some teams, we want to win a regional. That is what that is the level that they're at. Some teams, we want that robot to move at some point during the match. And what our hope is to get us, how we can get past that point, so we're somewhere in between there. Mix of culture. For some teams, the culture of the team is more important than the actual robot. That's fine. What events are you going to do? Events actually play a bigger role. I've come to realize different types of events have very different feels. So understanding what events you go to, what events match your team. Duluth is vastly different than Grand Forks in terms of the attitude, the atmosphere of the event. They're both great, but they're great for different reasons. You guys know what SMART goals are? What SMART stands for? What are they? Specific? Specific, measurable, attainable, timeable, not reliable, but reachable, attainable, reachable. Yep.
And
Trackable, yes. Trackable, measurable. I think they come across as different things, but yes. But understand that acronym, that they're specific, number one. I think that's pretty important. Also measurable. Goals, I think, need to have a metric that if we've met that metric, we've met the goal. An example would be our robot will drive for 100% of the matches at a regional. You know if you've reached that goal or not.
relevant and time bound.
Relevant and time, yes, okay, relevant, yes, relevant, thank you.
And that you have to have a time limit.
And you have to have a time limit, so
Or time bound.
regional, time bound.
Yes, yep.
So actually setting goals is, I think, very important, especially if you are a lower resource team. You need those goals. And as much as possible, utilize the off-season. Whether it's going to competitions, one of the things I would highly recommend is if you're a new team and you're going to, or a team that's kind of struggle with things, you have less resources, less teams. If you, for some reason, Swerve is a great example. A lot of teams moving to Swerve. Do it in the off-season. Do it in the off-season. January 10th is not the time to start putting together Swerve modules. Now. Do it now. Developing a new elevator system. I would like to try some belt-driven elevators. We don't have them yet. I'm probably not going to have our team implement them this year because of the resources of our team, who's done it, who's experienced builders and so forth. We actually have a fairly new team as far as building goes. So some of the newer things we might not do because we have older systems that aren't as good, but they're more reliable. And then maybe we rebuild the mechanism in the off-season. So, or we might look and go, hey, yeah, we can pull this off. It's kind of that mix. But utilizing the off-season for a lot of different things. There's more than just utilizing for building, and we'll get to that too. So something I call the 4 C's is to pay attention within your decision matrix. One of them is cycles. So Karthik, and I am not even going to try to pronounce his last name because it uses about half the alphabet twice. He does a presentation at First Worlds every year, strategic design for FIRST robotics competitions. If you've not watched that presentation, watch it. It's an hour and a half. It will feel like about 5 minutes. He is an excellent speaker. He dives into all aspects of FIRST. He probably does this presentation better than me. I just dive into some different numbers. But a lot of what I am saying, I am taking from him. He has analyzed FIRST robotics competition and teams, and he has come up with the 10-5-2-1 rule for cycles. Anybody want to take a guess at what that is? Basically, it's the number of full field cycles that a team can do. The top 1% of the world will average. Remember, average is different than what you can do at most. Average now includes your top runs, but the runs when your robot sat on the field and did nothing. Okay, so it's got some extremes. Your top maybe 1% of the world will average in competition 10 cycles, 10 scoring cycles a match. Okay. The top 85% will average 5. And this, I'm pulling these numbers off of what he gave just a few months ago, or back in April. 85%, anybody taking statistics in here? What's significant about 85%? Okay, 85 is about 1 standard deviation from the norm. So about 85% of them will score 5 or under. So between 5 and 10 is 85 to your 99th percentile. So we're talking percentiles. So your really, really good robots that are outside of the deviation score 5 or more cycles a match. 2, what's a median in statistics? Dead center. 2 cycles. 50% of the teams will score 2 or fewer cycles average in a match. And then 1 is your bottom 25%. Wheels turning a little bit about how good you have to be good. Now that's full field. What was different about this year?
You only have half the field.
Did you even have half a field? Yeah, like 8 feet.
Yeah, right.
Okay, really tough to use this to predict stuff, but if you took a look at that, yeah. Another thing to take a look at is chokeholds. So a chokehold is where a robot can basically shut off a part of the field or can do a task such that, and then be able to position themselves in such a way that once that task is done and they have positioned themselves in a particular spot, the other team cannot win or cannot achieve that goal. First does a pretty good job of mitigating those. It's pretty tough, but you know, I was watching another robotics competition, one of the first games this summer, and oh wait, yeah, I see a chokehold because the robots were able to score so many in auto. They're able to achieve one thing, and then they parked, and they were able to keep their points the rest of the match, and they just waited until the very last minute of the end game to go to their scoring area. And if they had more points out of auto, and they had more, and they achieved that one point setting thing, and those points could be erased. It was one of those games that points go in and go out. You were going to win. So there's chokeholds. So be aware of those, because you might be able to take advantage of them if you're a robot that you have a hard time with manipulation stuff, or be aware that that might be something that you have to plan around as you're building a scoring robot. Capped points. In each game, there's a certain amount of points that once they're used, they're used. There's no reintroducing back in. So this year was a lot of capped points. How many points could you score in the top level? How many things could you put up on top, the very top? Not your team in particular, but a team. 12. Could you score more than that? No. You weren't getting more than that. Maybe you could somehow balance another one on, but I don't think I saw anybody do that in a regional competition. So 12. Those points were capped. How about the trough? If you could figure out a way to stack them in there. We came up, you know, obviously the total number of coral pieces would cap it, but a higher cap, right? In terms of, at least in terms of game pieces, actually I think total scoring is probably about the same. I won't deviate down that path too far, but there's some games where I'm thinking back to Rapid React. That was a game with the giant tennis balls that went into a lower goal and a higher goal. It was back in 2023. And then they shot back on the field. Was there a cap to those points? So as soon as the ball came in, you could score it again, and 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 you can score it again. So understanding, you know, which points are there certain points that once you score them, they're done, or can we just keep scoring and keep scoring and keep scoring? I have no idea what this game is going to be. I'm thinking that it's probably going to be a game that has some element of uncapped points. It's just my thought. And then the other C, a lot of times you'll hear if you jump on Chief Delphi and if you look on boards and talk to teams, they'll talk about carrots. Okay, you have a carrot and stick. We're going to constantly chase this carrot and we never quite get it. You guys ever designed a robot that happens with? It's like we're trying to do this, and we just don't quite get there. So understanding carrots, but have you ever watched a team, you see teams that actually pull it off, right? So I take a look as more of a benefits-cost ratio. So the carrots aren't necessarily carrots, but they might be a carrot. What's a carrot for one team might not be a carrot for another team. So what you want to take a look as your points, as a ratio of the money, the time you're going to spend on it, space, weight, durability, replaceability, et cetera. And what that leads to is something that I think a lot of teams would use, and this is what I would suggest, is to come up with some sort of design matrix. So these are mechanisms, and what you want to do is you want to have some sort of criteria. Because none of this is really earth-shattering yet. We'll get there. And I can share, yes. Anybody who wants these slides, I can share them. Yes, I will share whatever information you want. Game piece acquisition, game piece scoring, lightweight, compact, easy to build, easy to maintain, easy to replacement, cost in terms of money, time to build, you weight it, how important, how much of a factor is this going to be in your decision, and then you give it a score. Higher scores meaning this is more desirable. So, for example, weight. A lower weight is going to get a higher score. Hey, this only weighs a couple ounces to do its job versus 5 pounds to do the same job. I'm going to give probably a higher score to something that weighs less because we have a weight limit in robotics. If I have something that looks like it's going to take a lot of people to get built, and I have a team of 10 students total, it's probably going to get a lower score because I'm dedicating more resources to it that I may not have. So understand, again, this comes back to understanding your resources. Do we have mentors? Do we have shops that can build it? Do we have the money to build it? Coming up with a matrix like this. You don't necessarily have to use this one, but figuring out what's important to you, what are the things that cost you in order to get those things, and how much are those things, those points, worth. We had a situation this past year where we had some differing ideas of how we would play the game based on the different mechanisms we build, and as we ran through, not this matrix, we used a different one, this is probably what we'll use this year, it became very clear the direction based on the resources our team had we should do. And there were students who were upset. We should be doing this. Look at the numbers. You know, and I feel we had a very successful season last year. We went to 2 regionals. We made the playoffs twice. We won an award. I felt we did very well. And it was a very simple robot. I should have had pictures of our robot because it wasn't one that reached the top level and did all the things. Okay, points. Talk about points. Free points. I strongly suggest you build your robot to get those free points. The reason they're free is top line. You can't defend them. We're talking autonomous. In auto, other than maybe an alliance partner getting in your way, the only thing stopping you from getting your points is how you build your robot and how you program it. No one's going to stop you. In teleop, we've all been there in teleop. What happens if, you know, there's a robot, their mechanism stops working? What do? They go play defense, right? So getting the free points is very important. We actually had a robot one year, and we made the playoffs with it. We were selected for playoffs. That the only thing we could do is we could move, and we could do the end game. But we did the end game at the highest level every single time, and we played defense. And fortunately for us that year, it was a game that you could play defense relatively effectively in. So one of the first things I would suggest is really take a look at the autonomous and design for autonomous. And what we do for the RoboJacks is we design for endgame, because those are points that cannot be taken away from us. Nobody can stop us from getting those points except us. And a cool thing with that now is that more and more, the end game has always come with rank points, but now the auto has rank points. The teleop has rank points. So 2 of those, you can make significant contributions in getting those 2 rank points out of the 6 by virtue of just zeroing on those free points. So my assumption is that'll probably be the same this year too, but you never know. You never know, but pay attention to that. That's one of the things that we take a hard look at in ours. And then chase the points. But which points do you chase? Which kind of points are more important for qualifications? I would argue rank points, especially if you want to be an alliance captain. You got to take a look at what the rank points, what do you need to get the rank points? And again, those free points help a lot in that area. In the playoffs, it changes. You need to score big and you need to score consistent. So we're looking at your total points per match in the playoffs. If you haven't met the rank point requirement to be an alliance captain and control your own destiny, being able to score big and consistent in the playoffs is important. And I'm going to get to a really surprising correlation I came up with that I discovered, didn't come up with it, I discovered it here in a few minutes. And I also think it's important to understand the regional point system. This was a late add to me, but understanding that your ranking in a tournament is going to give you points anywhere from 22 to 3 points. Also depending on the size of the tournament. But under no circumstances will a robot earn less than 3 points. But the most they can earn is 22. So your number 1 ranked robot, they get 20 points for regional rank points. Then there's a draft order, which is 17 minus n. So the number 1 robot gets 16 additional points. So they'll get 22 plus 16, and then we're off to the races in the playoff. And other robots can get anywhere in between. Playoff wins, once you make it to match 12, now you get playoff points. If you make it to match 12 and you lose, you get 7 points. If you make it to the next round, you get 13. You make it to finals, you get 20 points whether you win or lose in the finals. And then for the winning alliance, or for every win you get in the finals, you get 5 points. So playoff points, the maximum a robot can get is 30. But it is possible, yeah, 30. It is possible for a robot to get 25 if it's a 2 out of 3 finals. So understanding those. And I'm throwing awards and age on here too. Most of your awards are 5 points. 8 points if you win Rookie Inspiration. 28 for Engineering Inspiration, at least as of last year. This year, I haven't heard that they're going to tweak the points, but that is in the game rules, so until the game rules are released, it could be anything. 45 for Impact, 10 for Rookie. So by starting a brand new team and showing up, you get 10 points. If it's your second year, you get 5 points. So understanding those. Generally speaking, 45 plus points at a regional is probably going to get you into your, at least as of last year, would get you into the points pool to be selected to go to Worlds. 82 plus points overall. So the calculation to do if you go to 2 regionals, if you go to 1, and run the calculations. You're looking at about 82 plus to get that invitation. There was a team last year. The way I originally looked at this setup was kind of looking at that, kind of taking away from the second pick of the winning alliance. There was a team last year out of Waterton that had they won an award, they would have been at Worlds. They were the last team picked by the number 1 alliance. They were regional winners, which does not guarantee you going to Worlds anymore as a number 2 pick. But had they won an award, they'd have been there, which I think was pretty cool. So even a mid-level team, if you're looking at the awards and stuff, I think that's something to take a look at. Okay, point prediction models. This is kind of how I take a look at points and predictions. And the reason for this is if I know how many points it's going to take for an alliance to win a match, well, I can design a robot to score X number of those points based on my probabilities. And what we've used in the past is if we can score 1/3 of the points of your average winning robot alliance, you're probably going to win a lot of games. In addition, the statistics bear out that you're also probably going to be in one of the top 24 scoring robots there. So again, coming back to getting those free points, weighing those points, weighing the mechanisms and stuff, that's what it comes down to, is being strategic with that stuff. So these are the 3 ways that I do it. First one is cycles per match calculation. So again, using a 10-5-2-1. How many cycles will an alliance with 2 good robots and 1 mid robot achieve? Assume we all move an auto end game. We assume 1 top, 1 mid, 1 park. That has helped us for the past 3 years. That's how I've actually since 2020 is what we've used in Bemidji to kind of try to figure out how many points do we need to score. Because as a team that doesn't have a lot of resources, one of the traps is either, man, we don't know what to do, we're just, why try to do things? Or, man, if we're going to make a splash, we got to build these big complicated things that end up not working, and you could have done something. How often has it been you go to a regional and you see a robot that performs, they're up there, and it's like, that is so simple. This type of thinking is designed to get us thinking to what's something simple that we can do that's going to get us in the top half, get us into being picked for playoffs, get us to be competitive. And realistically, if you can score 1/3 of the points of what is calculated to be the winning match, the statistics bear out that you will probably be in the playoffs. So using that, which was tough. It got us in the ballpark, but man, I'd be off by a lot some years. And adjusting, and then you're trying to factor in, again, this year, how many cycles are we talking about? We got to travel 8 feet. How do you factor that in? That was a tough one. This one was posted on Chief Delphi last year. And so I pulled that out. Wisdom of crowds. Has anybody heard of that here? Wisdom of crowds? Wisdom of crowds is the idea that if you take a whole bunch of people, for example, we're going to guess how many jelly beans are in a ball, in one of those big jars, okay? And you have a whole bunch of people guess. The median guess is almost within one of that thing. Like if you have 100 people guess how many jelly beans are in there, with one caveat, the people cannot talk to or influence each other. It is blind guessing. So this was put out last year. I think they had 70 guesses. And so then this was the categories they had, week one average score. The wisdom of crowds guessed 65. The Blue Alliance reports out week one average score is 76.72. Week one winning score, 112. Blue Alliance is 94. So you can see some correlations there, and you can see how close they are. But it gets you some ballpark figures, okay? Some of them they guessed high, some of them they guessed low. So this is one way to do it. The difficulty with this is you got to have a bunch of people who haven't talked and tried to influence each other. How many points are going to get scored? Now, how many of us on kickoff, what's one of the first things we start talking about? How many points is it going to take to win? If you jump on Chief Delphi, you jump on anywhere, it's like, how many points is the winning? What do we got to do to win? Well, right off the bat, we're all tainted in that area. This is something that I have found very, very interesting. I call it the unicorn matches model. Anybody know what a unicorn match is? No? Yeah, dream match, sure. It is a match in which all of the rank points have been scored. So 6 rank points. So these are your 6 rank point matches. So I took a look at how many points are needed to make that unicorn score without getting into the cooperation that lowers the threshold. How many points is that equal to? And how many points does the week qualification and playoffs run? I think it's a much closer correlation. So if you take a look up on there, back in 2022, unicorn match, 56 points. Week 1 qualification average winning point, according to the Blue Alliance, across the world, was 49 points. It's pretty close. 2023 was 107. 85 was the week 1 qualifier. There's a reason why the unicorn matches were higher on my calculation. And that was because that was charged up. And one of the things that would happen in order to get a unicorn match is if you were just getting the basic stuff, you were going to get the cooperation bonus because you could not get enough of those, I can't remember what they call it, but the 3 things in a row without getting a cooperation. So that's one of the reasons that number's off as much as it is, because if you take that out of the equation, now it's a lot closer. But you can see that, but then 2024, week 1 qualifying, week 2 qualifying, week 3 qualifying. Look to last year, week 1 qualifying, week 2 qualifying took a dip, probably because Israel wasn't playing that week. Week 3 qualifying. So last year, for example, if you had built a robot that can score 33 points consistently, average every match, you probably were going to make the play. You'd probably get picked for the playoffs. How do you do that? Well, what was one way to get a third of those points right off the bat? This past year, just the game that we still have robots of that we haven't taken apart. Climbing was worth a third of those points. Then you plan for autonomous. Obviously, you maximize those. How many cycles do you have to do? And let's just say you did the 12 points autonomous. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, you had a level 2 2-piece auto and moved. That's what? 8 points plus another 2, 10 points, 12, 22. Now we're looking, we need to score 10 points in teleop. And you're at that 30 point. Does that seem a little more doable if you're working with less resources? So again, you know, teams in St. Cloud, if you're listening to this, and yeah, I'm hoping a lot of you guys can score a lot more. But for teams that we're working on little things, this is an example of, hey, we can set realistic expectations we can meet. We can go in there and we have a shot at doing something maybe our team hasn't done before. But here's a caveat: how do Minnesota regional stack up against us? Guys, Minnesota is a tough area. We got some awesome, awesome teams in this part of the world. And so you can kind of see your week 1 average qualifying score. So basically Blue Alliance, Lake Superior, Northern Lights, taking a look at those. Over the years, and now I realize I probably should have gone back and tweaked that because I think some of them weren't week 1s. So I just kind of assumed it was. But you can see we always score a little higher for the most part. And same thing for similar with Grand Forks. So that is something to take a look at too. You might want to tweak a little bit more, but it's manageable. And so I know we're probably getting close to time, but that's kind of the rationale that I have come up with that. And as far as our team, we're adjusting what we're expecting ourselves to do. We also know that we're getting a few more resources. I mentioned our machine shop earlier. We had students who didn't know how to use it. We now have 4 students that know how they've taken the class. We now have a machine tool teacher who's also a big supporter of robotics. So that's a resources we're starting to lean into, as well as some other people, other community businesses. We have a sheet metal business in town that has a water jet. Hey, we'll cut out your cut. You know, you come up with a flat stock design of something. Yeah, we'll cut it. So some cool stuff with that. Take a look in your own places. But as far as long as I've got you guys here, if you want to run ideas, hey, we ran into this, you know, if you want to have discussion or just kind of talk about what you guys in particular run into, we can talk about your particular situation. So this is what I had for the presentation and why, and how to utilize the numbers. Take a look at the numbers. These are the ways again, coming back to being able to set realistic expectations of what we can do. That kind of drives your decision making. Coming back around, some things I think every robot should do is drive. If you don't drive, you're not scoring. So high importance on being able to drive. High importance on also being able to pick up a game piece. And then, yes, being able to drop it where you want to drop it. Because sometimes, maybe you just pick up a game piece and you hold on to it so another team can't score it. Some games, that's a valuable strategy. Some games, you pick it up and you move it. Maybe you're not scoring it. But what happened with Crescendo at Worlds with the rings? You had a robot at one end, and they're just chucking it down to the other end. They're not scoring, but their partners are scoring a heck of a lot faster than they would have been. You know, so not even necessarily scoring, but are we going to pass it? Are we going to do something else with the game that is allowable, but it might not be scoring it by just dropping it in a strategic location? Those are all factors to consider. But designing a robot to move and be able to pick up a game piece, I would say, are the two keys. But others, yeah. What do you guys have? What are some thoughts, questions? I want to see you guys succeed. I want to see Devils Lake in the playoffs this year. I want to see Detroit Lakes in the playoffs this year. I want to see Robo Jacks in the playoffs this year. And Moorhead, I just want to see everybody doing well. And so,
I like your ideas about the autonomous and game, because those are ones that I feel like until this year we did it a little better. I mean, we did just move, we didn't score. But
Yep.
even just moving every time, parking every time, that got us points.
Yes.
Not like MMRC where we got, because we were up higher just because we consistently did that every time.
It's easier to lock in more points because you're not relying, like autonomous, you're relying on your robot. You don't have your opposite side at home.
Right,
yeah.
yeah. I need to stress to my students, because I've said that every year, but to get my programmer to do
And something to think about too is I didn't mention this, but there are, for lower resource teams, and our robot looked way different, but it was very much inspired by the KitBot. It's just that our ramp didn't go through, but our ramp took it in and dumped it out. It just was a pivot. But it was still a ramp. It still used an inclined plane mechanism. And it did it very, very well. As a matter of fact, a lot of KitBots this year did their stuff very well. So yes, the KitBots are designed to be, your entry-level robot, entry-level team. You can do it well. The EveryBot, Robonauts, do a fantastic job with their EveryBot every year. Taking a look at that. And those things are designed to be built with hand tools and a budget of maybe an extra $1,500 to $2,000. So taking a look at those, do they meet the criteria? Or do they come close, and if we tweak something a little bit? I highly recommend those. They will get you competitive. Just got to build them well.
That my team has decided they're going to do the KitBot again this year, because with Crescendo, that's what we did, because that was the first year it came out.
Yep.
And the ones that were in it felt that we did way better than last year when we tried to come up with something different on our own that took forever and it didn't work, and then we ended up doing the EveryBot anyhow, kind of, from Rev.
And one of my, I guess a recommendation I would have is start out with that so you have a working robot and then riff off of it.
Yes, and that's what we're planning to do.
Yep. So, and that's time, and I see people willing to guide us to lunch, so I'll probably wrap it up here. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for anybody in St. Cloud who hopefully found this interesting and helpful, and take care.
Thank you.
Does everybody here have one of the yellow lunch tickets?
Here.
Okay. I don't know where
Lunch
all of them.
tickets.
That's fine. Do you need, here, I'm gonna give you a few extra in case someone lost it or you drop one, because they only charge us for what they take in.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, if you have extras, you can give them back or toss them.
Sounds good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Kirk, I redid the schedule four times between noon and 4 yesterday, and then a fifth time at
Hey, it
midnight
worked out
last
good
night.
because
It worked out good because we were a
First
couple minutes late.
session, we were late.
I was like,
Well, and I wasn't trying to have anyone back to back, and then they're like, yeah, Martin said Kirk.
Well,
was
honestly, it was
back-to-back. I'm like,
nice. Honestly, it was nice.
It was nice. I actually preferred it.
Test 1 2. So
Oh, yeah.
if you hit the top button here, it'll go red and it'll be muted.
Okay. Perfect. Little Kirsten came back, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was worried he wasn't gonna.
He'll be back. AJ's back.
That's good. Yeah, because she had to take a break for her AP.
And voice notes. She finished her Eagle back.
Yeah. What's just Scouts?
How's college going?
Fine, I changed my major. I'm not mechanical engineering.
Oh, really?
I'm behavioral statistics and neuroscience.
Yep.
Yeah, I did not like Mechie. Got into it and I went, nope.
Yep. Oh, hey. Glad you figured it out.
Still have my scholarship though, so it's
Oh.
fine. Yeah, I cashed out $4,000 a semester. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So everyone's coming back from lunch. It'll be, whenever you kind of get some people in here between 1:30 and 1:40.
Okay. I figured I'd have to give a little grace because of lunch.
And
Yeah.
everyone's, we says 1:40 on the schedule, and that's what's matched up. I think some of the paper ones say 1:30, but yeah, 1:40. So it's on. You're good to go.
Okay. Warm.
Oh, I'm sure someone burned all around.
Okay, so.
Those little FTC motors burn up so easy.
Yeah, there are some folks who seem interested in
Nope. Since you're in here last,
Yep.
top button mutes it.
Okay.
So clip it.
Everything I tell you always will be.
Yeah. I clip it out. I just clip it in my pocket, and then as long as you don't have the red on, you're good.
Okay.
Actually, take that back. Let me see that one. I think that's actually the record button. Not the... Well, and it records onto that. That's this one. That's weird. Test 1 2.
Much better to figure that out than just smoking.
Mute it, then you can start seeing the green lines that it's picking up audio.
Okay. We're good? Hypothetically. Oh, okay. Thank you. Does it look okay? Okay. So, you guys are here for the presentation, right? The presentation? Or, okay, sorry. Okay. Anyways, okay. So, I'm here presenting Engineering Inspires today, and my name is Juliet, but I was on Team 7048. Last year I graduated, and we ended up qualifying both my junior and my senior year, and this was our winning award for last year. But before I get into that, I need to explain what EI is. So First Robotics defines it as it celebrates outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering within a team, school, or organization and community. And I put this definition on the slide because I thought it was really important to emphasize the fact that it says within a team, school, or organization and community. So you have to impact your community, but you don't have to do your school and your team, because I know for some teams it's really hard to also like make a deep connection with your school if like they don't exactly help you, or I know some of the Minnesotan teams now are combined. They're like 2 schools. So I know that can be a little difficult. So as long as you make an impact within your organization, which like they consider an impact to be anything of, you recruited 3 more people this year, or you did some volunteer efforts, and then your community is kind of also very broad, but I'll give some examples in ours. We chose Engineering Inspires because of the way our team was made up. So my junior year, we only had about 8 or 9 kids, so we couldn't budget doing impact, but we still wanted to get our names out there and do an award and be pretty competitive with it. So we chose Engineering Inspires because you can present from your pit between competition rounds, and if you have a pretty small team, it's usually a smaller award you can present, or you can make it longer if you want. You can have everybody briefly like kind of trained on it because it's less formal, so people will be more like inclined to present versus like impact where it's kind of nerve-wracking, like you go in there and it's judges and it's timed. EI is better for teams if like you have some kids on there that are a little more introverted, but they can still communicate with judges one-on-one. So this was our award. Oh, this was 2 years ago. So this is for Crescendo. So we, first of all, dedicated our award to our seniors because one of the questions they'll ask you is how many seniors are on your team, and this kind of, I don't know, made it nice and kind of gave it like a nice introduction and made it more personable. And then we gave a like table of contents on what our award contains briefly, and I found this was really helpful for judges. We had them come back 2 or 3 times to talk to us about our award, and they would take pictures of our table of contents so they could like take their notes better, I think, because they will come around with clipboards. And so we jumped right into explaining what our team was made up of. So we're really fortunate, kind of, to be made up of 4 schools. It kind of sucks that we're made up of 4 schools, but we use it to our advantage to showcase that even though we're a bigger metropolitan area, I guess, in North Dakota, we still don't really have that many kids who are on our team, and we're still a smaller team. You can't just expect a larger city to have a large team. So we really need to emphasize that. So I made sure to put what we were made up of. So if your team just happens to be 1 school, it's still really helpful. We considered doing this with like the age groups. So instead of doing where everybody's schools are from, you could do like all of the freshmen in 1 photo, all the sophomores, to show the makeup of your team, because they will ask you how many members are new, like what grade is everybody in, because they do care about that, and that does impact their decision. And then we just got right into all of our volunteering efforts and everything we do throughout the year. So we share space with Sputnik Robotics, so Moorhead's team. And that is another thing that really set us apart from other teams. So if you have anything unique about your team, it's really important to emphasize it because the more personal you can make your award, the better. So we made sure to put a big, to harp on our sister team that we share it with, and then all of our other volunteer efforts. Some of our volunteer efforts seem kind of larger and scarier, I'd say, compared to if you're from a smaller town, but I don't really think it matters the severity that you the large impact you have on your community, because not every team can put on a STEM expo, or not every city has a STEM alliance that they can partner with. So as long as it's something that your team cares about and you genuinely helped with, put it in your scrapbook. Put it in your binder that you present, because it's really important that you put what's ever important to your team and you show what's ever important to your team to the judges, because they care about your team rather than trying to compare yourself to the larger teams. Because that was another problem we had, was we kept comparing ourselves to teams that were around a little bit longer and had more connections. And we thought we weren't going to qualify with this award because we were convinced, oh, we don't do enough. Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad. Okay, so then we also do our pre-show, and this was just another event too that STEM Alliance helps us put on, and this showcased partnerships and showcased some FTC relationships we have. And then we also, you guys know who Yoji is, right? Yoji does the Taylor Swift bracelets to promote strong friendship throughout all the teams, I think. I forget what his mission statement is. It's been a while since I've done this. Anyways, so we couldn't get formally involved with it because we're not close to the cities. So we did an adaptation of our own, and we just explained to the judges why we wanted to do it and why we found it impactful. And we made a couple bracelets with some of the FTC team members that we had been connected to that year. And we just, I don't know, they like to see little things like that you put in efforts for. And then we handed those bracelets out to the judges too. So this was another opportunity that we had that I think was our biggest accomplishment. And it was impact we had on our school's STEM program as a whole. These numbers are obviously out of date because it's from 2022, but it's 2023. We got connected with our head CTE director for one of the schools, and we reached out to him and we asked him if he could see his enrollment numbers and seeing from when our team started up again after COVID and seeing how the numbers grew and the interest in STEM grew throughout our school. So we got those ethically, I think, from him. And then we just have some pictures from the classes that we helped. And this is the example of how we made an impact on our school. So obviously, not everybody has this large of an impact on a school and has this opportunity. But another way you could connect with your school that we did, but I don't think it's in the scrapbook, is we would have we'd bring people in from our team and they would set up tables at lunch and they would show our robot for interest. So, or even after school we would do that. We'd have interest meetings. That's another way you can impact your team, with your community, with your school. And then these are more things that we did with our community. So we have the Red River Valley Fair here. That's kind of a big deal. And we set up a booth and we just volunteered in there and we went. And we even had some we had some other teams bring in their robots, UC 876 and then 4360, our sister team. So that was kind of fun. And then we also partnered with some of our school's clubs. Don't be afraid to reach out. I literally just kind of walked into one of their meetings and said, hey, we want to do something with you. And then sent them a couple emails on our plan, and then we set it up, and it was pretty good. We did a drive where if you have some recyclables that you don't know what to do with, you can bring them to us. And then we partnered with the club, and myself and a couple other teammates went to their club meeting and we kind of sorted out where everything needed to go. And that was really nice too, because this was showing a partnership with our school, and then it was also directly helping our community too a little bit, because we're taking waste that otherwise people wouldn't have known what to do with and could have recycled improperly. And you can totally do this too without a club to combine with. And then another thing we did was we like combined with our school's GSA, and we did a Day of Silence fundraiser. So we made these buttons, since buttons are kind of a big part of robotics, and we sold them, I think, for $2. And then people could have the button, and they could wear them around school for our Day of Silence. And then the Gay Straight Alliance at our school, that we also helped found, donated all that money to the Trevor Project. And I think doing like small initiatives like this that still incorporate first values, they really enjoy seeing, especially because the buttons are like a key element of first. Like we all pass them out at competitions to show like community and like kind of support each other. And then being able to use the same things that we make to help another marginalized group, I think they really enjoy. And then we were a really small team, so we couldn't just mentor FLL or FTC. So we would go and volunteer when we could. So this was 2 years ago, so this was Masterpiece. We did the sound and audio for Bunker Hill and game announcing, and then we did the same thing for FTC. And it's really important too that you guys try and like take pictures of, even if you guys have someone on media, make sure to incorporate the media individual, because that person's probably the individual who's going to be the one presenting your scrapbook. And if they're not in the pictures, it's gonna just look like you guys grabbed somebody kind of random and are having them tell things that they didn't do or things they didn't take part of. So it's really important to have a variety, because I know it's really easy to have just like the kids that are always volunteering and you're always taking pictures of them. And it's really important to harp on, like, our coaches were really good about it, but if you need to advocate for your team, do it. If you need to say, hey, we need more people to volunteer instead of the same 6 or same 4, it's really important to do that, because they'll see in the pit the people that aren't in the scrapbook and they'll make note of it. And then this is another example of what we did to get connected with our school. Just simply, we rented out a room. We say rent. That's how the school made it. Like, we reserved a room it was free. I don't know why they say that, but we reserved a room and we had an orientation night, and each of the high schools that we like have like a partnership with, and those kids can come join our team, other than West Fargo Packers, because they're a different school district and it was harder to get in contact with them. So we just like had we had our robot there and we had a poster. And then at freshman orientation, we had, so the incoming freshmen, so the 8th graders, we had a table set up in our lunchroom, and we just kind of drove around our robot. And if anybody had any questions, it was great. And this is another thing that I really loved doing, is if you can do that at orientation, is they're coming with their parents, so they're more inclined to talk to you. Because they have mom, they have dad, so they can talk to these like older kids. And a lot of the times, the people who would come up to us and show interest, it started with mom or dad, or grandma, grandpa, whoever was there with them, was interested in what we were doing, and then would like kind of nudge them in the right direction to join us. So this was, I think we did get like 3 or 4 students to join our team from these events. And then we just did regular volunteering too with John Deere. So we did Feed My Starving Children. We did not do that this past year, but we did the crescendo season. And it was really nice. I think the judges thought it was kind of refreshing to see that we did volunteering that wasn't just like robotics related. It wasn't recruitment. It wasn't doing like a waste drive for technology stuff. Like, it was something just like that every club could do, but we did it too. Because just because it's robotics doesn't mean you can't just like give back to your community regularly. So another thing that they really like to see, I think in smaller teams in particular too, is having a really strong social media base. And we included that because we really wanted to show the amount of care and how we broadcast our missions, and like how we show sponsors too is really important. What we are, what we do, and what we care about. So we just like, that was our media team of that year. Like, as you can see, it's literally 2 of us. We have our website and we have an Instagram, which are really easy to run, both of them. And we just kind of update it periodically, and we included this because this is something that like you might not even think of as impacting your community, but it is, because this is how maybe some kids will find out that your team even exists, and this is how they'll join your team if they can't make it to your interest meeting. Like, we had some kids DM us on Instagram about how we qualified with EI2 this past year, and we just kind of like gave them some information on it. And then we also have had individuals reach out for joining our team just from our Instagram, which was really cool. And then we did this like fun little safety Sam thing. It was like skits on our Instagram to showcase that we care about safety in robotics. And then we also have a partnership with Fargo North and Fargo South, where if you're not in the construction class, you can still be OSHA certified if you're on the robotics team. Our school will help pay for that. So that's really neat, I think, and it's something that sets us apart from other teams with safety protocols because, I don't know, you're OSHA certified, kind of recognizable like, company, I guess. And then we just ended with a thank you. Questions? Do you want me to go back on any slides? Okay. Well, actually, I think I have something else. The best way that I think we ever presented our EI was when we would have, so I was on drive team and I was drive coach this past season, and I presented a little bit, but I wasn't in the pit all the time because I was running around. We had other kids also present because they don't want to see the kids that they obviously can clearly tell are media team or made the presentation or made the binder. They don't want to necessarily see that. They want to see everybody talking about it, everybody involved. So what we did before competition was I kind of just like went around and showed some kids that I knew would be like our safety captain. They're always in the pit. Have them trained on it too. Have them be able to give the spiel. And then they're going to come back again and again and again if you're making progress and you're still in their consideration. Just remember, like, even when you're losing a match, even when your robot's broken, if you have bad energy in your pit and have bad things happening, you can still be positive and still present to the judges nicely because they won't come to you if they see everybody in your team's kind of upset. Like, we had a bad run through in St. Cloud during the crescendo season. Luckily, we had already qualified at Grand Forks, but we had judges, we literally saw them look at our team. We were all kind of upset, all kind of aggravated at each other. They never came back. We never got talked to. And I think it was because we were upset, and they can see that, and they don't want to waste their time talking to a team that's going to potentially be rude or not have anything like good to present to you. So we had that. And then what else did we do? Oh yeah, they love when you hand out the freebies. It's good if you can do something that isn't buttons. I love the buttons. I think everybody kind of thinks they're fun. But like we did bracelets, and then we also 3D printed coins with like our team logo, and they really enjoyed those.
So you just had a binder?
Yeah, we had a binder. I should have had Rory bring it. But so I made these all on Canva, which is free to use, and it was like really user friendly, and everybody can get collaborated in it. And then we printed them off. They were 12 by 12, and then we put them in this big binder. And then we just had that ready to go for when they came up. And then we also had it left out for like judges to come up and see if like we weren't in the pit.
I wasn't sure if you did it like on
Oh no, they have the screens. So I would have loved, I think, to have the screens and have it like shuffled. But I kind of think that they liked that we had like the hard copy.
Were they able to like take it and bring it back?
Yeah, they took it from us. They took it from us too at Worlds. They kind of walked away. We didn't get back for like 2 days. I was a little concerned, but it was okay.
I think it's always a good sign when they do take it.
Yes, it was. Well, they took it from me, and I go up to Rory and I say, they took it. And I don't know what to do. I was like, I made that. I want it back. And he was like, it's good. Don't worry about it.
Should you make a backup copy? Do you have one there?
I don't know. We never had, but they do. I don't know. When we had them take the binder at that competition at Grand Forks the first time during Crescendo, we had judges come up to us for more things than just like the regular interest. Like they wanted to make sure we were mechanically sound too. They talked to our safety captain for probably 25 minutes about what he does and how he keeps our pit clean. And they don't even give out the safety award. It's the students that give out the safety award. So they care about every aspect with EI. So it's kind of hard because of that to win with EI, I think, because you just have to be well-rounded in general. But I think it's easier in the element of you don't have to have kids have a script memorized, be terrified out of their minds to go present impact, and just like make it or break it moment. You don't have that much pressure on it because they want to see your team be themselves and they want to see how you actually interact with each other.
So are you in the pit most of the time?
No, I wasn't at all. I presented my binder 3 times, and that was about it. When I was on the team still, I was drive coach this past season and we qualified. And so we won EI in not Grand Forks. Where did we go? Duluth. And then Grand Forks we won. They couldn't give us EI and we didn't win Impact, so they gave us like the judges award thing. And then like I was still drive coach and like all of our kids that were versed on this were on drive team because we only had like 7. So I don't know. I don't think it mattered if it was me presenting it or not, as long as everybody knows what they did. And like if they volunteered at the events, they should be fine to be able to tell like what they did. Because they will just cold call on the quiet kid in the back of the pit. And it's a little nerve-wracking, but it's okay. Yeah, they tried talking to our programming guy one time. Lovely kid. He's awesome. He is very soft-spoken, and they can kind of like sense it, and I think they know, and they want to talk to them. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's kind of mean, but I understand why they do it. Yeah, I don't think anybody on our media team was not also on drive team. Oh, Waro does this thing. They do the professionalism presentation. That was always something that I wanted to do with our team, but we like never had enough kids, so there was never a demand. So if you have a larger team, I think they really like that. We have kind of a partnership with Waro because of one of our coaches' little sisters used to be on it, and he was on the team too. Their head coach, I forget, Colton, always harps on that. They love that. They love the professionalism presentation that they do. So if you are looking for something easy to do, that's really easy. Orientation night's really easy. They like it. And then if you do that, making sure everybody has a strong handshake and greeting them. Yeah. Because with robotics, I know it's kind of hard because we're not the most socially inclined group of kids.
We actually go through that in an evening, usually.
Yeah, they love that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if we have any questions, just let me know. But is it done? Well, do you guys have any questions about engineering inspiration? Yeah. I should have had Rory bring the binder. I would have showed it to you guys.
So was this the whole binder pretty much?
Yeah, these were our pictures from this past year. I wonder if, hold on.
Do anything like with, I thought this was more like engineering design process?
No, engineering inspires, okay. So there is an element to this award, like when you're trying for it, to have like a binder on like what your robot does and what your robot's about. We had a brief handout about the specs of a robot, and then we just made sure all of our kids knew what was going on with the robot. Because I think that was another thing that set us apart each time we presented, was that we didn't have like a notebook saying, logging everything. We were able to clearly explain without the help of our coaches why we made this choice on a robot, what changes we made, because your second competition, if you go to a second one, they're gonna ask you, what changes did you make in this period of time and how did you make those changes? So we would always just like, we had everybody understand what the engineering process was and how to apply it to the choices that we made. Because you can have the notebook, but we never, like the year we won this, I was, like with this award, I showed up to competition, because I was the only one who made it, with it, and I like put it out, put all of our fun stuff out, and then I had a judge ask about our notebook. And I was like, what do you mean notebook? And I didn't have a notebook. And so we still qualified with it. So first suggest it, but I think if you're a small team, don't do it. I think they kind of like to see, they like the scrappy underdog a little bit. I didn't think we were gonna win it because of that, and then stuff happens. I think I freezed it. Wait, if I escape. Okay. I'm gonna see, I might be able to find ours from last year. Oh my gosh, everything's gonna be in here, for sure. Okay, where is Engineering Inspires? Ah, this was last year's. So we always kept it on theme, too. They love a theme. So I can just click through this pretty quickly. I didn't realize I still had it. Oh, present. I would have just done this. Okay, so this was last year's. We made sure to we revised this before we went to Worlds with it. So originally we didn't have all of this stuff. But we kept our sister team. We kept who was involved in our club. And then we kept River Valley Fair, our kickoff, jump start. This is what we're doing right now. The Swift bracelets. First Global was another really fun thing we did. So it's you sign up on First to sponsor a team sponsor. You get on Zoom calls basically with teams. So we had a team from Cambodia that we would Zoom call with every other Monday at 7 a.m. And they would ask us questions about mechanical things and awards. And we would just kind of answer them, and if they needed help with anything else, we would help them. It was really fun, and you only need one student to really do it, but we had 3 that we would rotate through. But they really liked seeing this from a smaller team, and especially because, I don't know, we're in the Midwest, and I feel like the whole idea of, talking and getting connected with teams from across the world, pretty much, when we're the center of North America, was really cool to see. I forget how we signed up, but yeah, we had this because they had no idea where we were going to be in Texas, where we were from. We only had 2 schools, too, but we kept everything pretty similar. Oh yeah, here was our Cambodian team. Oh my gosh. And their game was different. It was pretty cool, but these were the kids that we helped. Yeah, the small team. And they were very well versed in English too, so it was awesome. But yeah, we didn't really change anything. Oh, this was another easy thing. We combined with Key Club, and we helped make Valentines for veterans. And then we also helped make cookies for the nurses at the VA on 19th. Yeah. Oh, this is another easy thing that the judges really liked. It was the buddy system, pairing a new member with an older member. It also helped us training on tools. They really liked it. And it's really easy to implicate. Yeah. And then some of the stuff we just couldn't take pictures of. We couldn't really do anything at the Marvin Widow Showcase. And then these are volunteering efforts that felt weird to take pictures at, because it was backpacking at our schools in the area is you put bags of food in students' backpacks, or backpacks, lockers that are less fortunate and need help with food and hygiene supplies, and you get their locker combo and you go put it in at the middle school. And it's just so no kid feels disgraced or to ask, because there's a connotation with asking for help, especially at that age. They don't have to ask or go and get the food or walk around with a bag of food that their classmates will know, right? So this just eliminates that, and we didn't take pictures because it felt unethical. But yeah. This was the one that got our binder taken away at Worlds. Yeah, I was a little worried. But Canva is so user-friendly and so easy that, I don't know, I feel like anybody can do it. But you can also just make it by hand and write it out. I think so too, but also I worried about it because I thought they would see it and they would go, so you didn't make it. Because all the other scrapbooks, so I talked to Warroad because they had qualified with EI, and I was like, can I see your binder? And it was handmade. Every team that I talked to that had EI was handmade. So.
I like this idea as opposed.
Oh, and it's really easy to make edits.
Yes.
And We had this on like this is like my personal copy. We had another one where we had everybody on it all the time.
But this seems more like just 1 year of stuff, kind of, right?
Yeah, so it would be like this was the front cover, and then you flip it open, and then there was our dedication and our table of contents. And we did like diver's log because it was water. This year is like desert, right? Yeah, so you guys have a lot of fun with that. Really get into the theme.
Whereas Impact Award is like the last 3 years. You know?
Oh, this is 1 year. Yeah, this is everything you've done in the past year or 18 months.
So I like that. Just because I have turnover of kids, and when they were trying to do stuff for Impact,
Uh-huh.
last year was the first time, and then they're like, I don't know nothing about that. 'Cause they
Exactly.
So I like this.
Oh, and like, so we were kind of seasoned on questions too, because we would grill each other on it. Like randomly during practice, I would ask some of my teammates who I know would potentially present, I'd ask them random questions. Oh, and a term that our coaches kind of like used a lot when we would talk about presentations were the royal we. Never say I. The judges don't like I. Say we. You're not there to build yourself up. You're there to build your team up. I think that's everything. Because we didn't have like a presentation slideshow with our impact because we just like didn't have a TV to do that with. We made a treasure map with boards and it had lights on it, and we had a little remote, and the lights would go up on the locations that we would talk about. And it was like our journey to impacting Fargo. Yeah. So just, I don't know. And the same judges that helped with impact, like our impact presentation, one of them ended up coming to our pit and talking to us. So it's all super interconnected. Roger, you're a judge. Yes. Yeah. Would you say you guys, like, if you didn't talk to the team, but you still helped make the decision on EI, right?
A little bit.
Yeah. So it's like.
Judges were broken up into team
Mm-hmm.
or robot, and usually I ended up on the robot.
Mm-hmm.
So a little different. But still, it's good to see the spirit and the sharing and
Mm-hmm.
see the teamwork.
We had first like core values memorized. I could not tell you them anymore, I don't think. And we made sure everybody kind of had them memorized so they knew what to say, what terms to use.
It was always neat to see someone without the binder. Look at all the stuff.
Look at this. And our binder was huge, so we always had 2 kids holding it. So I think they like that too. So I think that's everything. I don't know how to. Yeah, like this was last year's Jumpstart Fargo. Like we included our coaches who presented. Because I presented last year too and nobody took pictures. And I was like, rats. It's okay though.
Are you a mentor now on the team?
Oh no, we don't allow mentors right after high school. You have to take a year break. Yeah, just to like kind of separate the like.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this open house wasn't even necessarily like for us. Our sister team did it, and then we were there too, and we were like, okay, we're gonna quickly put some posters up around our school. We didn't really have any turnout, but it was still like cool to show that we did other stuff with our sister team. Yep. Oh, that one froze. Okay. I didn't know that. Off. I go to college here. You'd think I would know. End class. Oh gosh. Okay. I think if I just. Yup. Yeah, thank you. I hope I had my mic on. My mic. Where's Rory's thing?
Are you able to stay around for a few more minutes?
Yeah, of course. I just thought I should turn it off.
Bye-bye. Okay. Hello.
Rebuilt, uncover the past, reveal the future.
Oh, okay.
Yes, something like that.
Yeah, I was joking with the team the other day. I was like, I have a hunch that this year we're going to have to take something and put it somewhere. And I'm guessing we'll have to climb something.
Climbing,
And there'll be some sort of placement or climbing with a twist.
you're going to build your own bamboo ladder. And,
Right.
I was in India in September.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, there was contrast, of course. You ultra-modern skyscrapers and then the shacks just a few yards away. And even with this ultra-modern skyscraper, they had bamboo scaffolding going up the side of
Jesus.
it. It was like, okay, you are up 15 stories in the air. It's the old stuff is the good stuff, I guess. So.
Yeah, I still worry about what happened in Hong Kong. Surrounding your building in flammable material is not, maybe not the best, but.
Oh, you want to talk now, or?
Yeah, I should get started.
30-second spiel. This one fun restaurant, it was like they had a coal pit wood burner thing in the middle of the table, and so they brought out kebabs.
Oh, nice.
Endless kebabs. And that was your appetizer.
Nice.
As much meat on a stick as you want. So.
All right, well, welcome to the last session of the day. I'm going to talk a bit about OnShape. My name is Matt Craig. I've been coaching the Moorhead team for 11 years, something like that. I don't remember. My background is I'm a physicist. I taught physics and astronomy for 25 years. I'm not an engineer. I have not used CAD. And so wanted to get this out of the way at the beginning. So if you came here hoping that you get a step-by-step, here's how to use OnShape, I will not be insulted if you leave. I am a long-time OnShape user. I've been using it for almost 2 weeks now. So yeah. But part of the reason, so I'm on the Moorhead team. We practice with Fargo, and part of the reason I volunteered to do this was that some of the resources I found in the last week or so make it really easy to get started with OnShape. And they're really FRC focused, and so I thought those materials would be fun to share. Okay, so OnShape's CAD program. One of the things nice about it is it runs in a browser, and they've engineered it so it'll work well in a Chromebook, it'll work well in an iPad. Come on in, grab a seat. If you're here for OnShape. It's free, so anybody can just go and make an account. There are pro features that are free for education, and I'll give you a link in a couple minutes for how you set that up. And you just go to OnShape and make an account, whoops, and you're ready to go. So one thing I learned about in the last couple of weeks is you can set up they have an education plan. And so you make an account with your team email, and I thought I was going to have to go through a couple days of back and forth verifying that it was really a team account, but I just clicked the educator button and they were like, okay. Apparently, I found out earlier, you can set up assignments. One of the things that's nice about those assignments, we might use this for our main robot assembly this year, is every time you resubmit an assignment, it saves a new version. So you've got an automatic record of what your design, how your design evolved over time. And in OnShape, even without the educator plan, there is a versions feature, but you have to pay for it. And then all of the individuals on the team, so the coaches, the mentors, the kids, the young adults, all should just sign up for a regular individual account. And when they get added to the class, they get the superpower features that way. So most of what I'm gonna talk through a little bit, and then I'll show you some in OnShape itself, is from frcdesign.org. As far as I can tell, looking at their GitHub repository, this is started in April 2024, something like that, so it's not real old. And there are a couple of things they provide. One is a app for OnShape that once you install it, you've got essentially any off-the-shelf part you could want. And I'll show you what that looks like in a minute. And they've also got a OnShape course, but it's entirely focused on robotics. So the first thing you do is they give you a swerve frame, and they have you add a couple of cross supports. And they believe in repetition, so after about 3 or 4 hours of making aluminum tubes, you eventually move on to making gussets. But it's all super practical stuff. And I don't know about your team, but our team, typically, we have this, I was going to say nice shooter, but I don't know if that nice is quite the right word, functional shooter. We have this functional other thing and this functional third thing, and then we just kind of zip tie it all together and hope for the best. And so if the only thing we do this year is actually design some of the attachment pieces and machine those, that'd be wonderful. Whoops. The course is self-paced, and it's nice in that to me it feels like they have just the right amount of instruction, and most of the instruction is short videos. So you watch a short video on how to do something, then they tell you go do this for a bit and go on to the next step. So these are other resources I found. I haven't used any of them yet, but they exist. And I can, I'll go back to the first slide here in a second because I've got a link to the slides, and so if you use that, you can get to these links. So I think this is actually the last formal slide I have prepared. Let's see. Must be. Yes, let me go back here. So if you want the links, go ahead and grab the QR code or grab the link. The link should work for making comments, so if you find other resources and you want to toss them in here, that'd be great. I'm just kind of waiting until I see coaches' phones go down so that I know that everybody's got the links. So let me show you a bit of what you get. Let's go back to here. So this is something I started playing with the other day. And actually, let me delete that one. And delete that one. So I was working, one of the things doing this fall is rebuilding an old robot, the one from Crescendo. Our shooter was a little underpowered, which was not great for competition, but it's awesome for elementary school kids because you can shoot the rings and they can catch them. But that whole thing I said a minute ago about zip ties holding everything together was not an exaggeration. It's zip ties and like one thin piece of aluminum holding our shooter on. And so we're rebuilding it this fall, and one of the things I wanted to do is have the electronics folks lay things out. I know the electronic folks don't want to use CAD. I can relate. I don't. It's not my favorite either. But you know, they can make a square. And then let me go ahead and delete these. So one of the things you get from the FRC design app is this really thorough library of parts. So I don't know that they have everything that's made for FIRST in here, but they've got all of the SDS swerve drive modules, a range of bearings, a variety of connectors, and they've got a section for control systems. So for the electronics folks, I was like, this isn't too bad. You want a Robo Rio? Oh, yeah, let me show you how to do that, actually. Yeah, sorry, I meant to go through that. So up in the upper right here, there's a apps button. So click that, and it'll take you to this page and search for FRC. And then click on FRC Design App, and there should be a subscribe button down here or something. And then once you've added that, you might need to refresh your OnShape page for it to show up. Yeah, I meant to encourage folks at the beginning, if you have a device with you and you want to follow along, feel free. We were able to get that installed? Is there like a subscribe button down here or something? Here, let me cancel the plan. Okay. Yep. So then the place it shows up in the interface is down here in the lower right or bottom of these buttons on the right. And so if you don't see it there, you might have to refresh the page. Right, so, okay, so we've got a Robo Rio in there. I think I'd looked through just a little bit of OnShape, and you know, so I added the Robo Rio, and I was like, this is great, but I see a problem. And other CAD programs I've tried, I was like, okay, how do I make the thing go on the thing and stay there? OnShape sort of, and maybe other CAD programs do too, I just haven't used them, separates things into what it calls a part studio, where you're designing individual pieces, and then in assembly, where you're putting those pieces together into a device. And in assembly mode, they've got a bunch of different ways you can connect pieces. And so I just moused over them till I found this planar mode. And I was like, okay, I've got two planes. I'd like them to stick to each other. So click that, click one of the planes, click the other plane. And then you can move this around wherever you want to on the control board, and you can rotate it. So for the electronics folks, I figure they can take ownership of getting their stuff laid out on their board. It's not too much work, and once they have everything in here, you can set dimensions to fix things in place that they don't slide around. So let me check the time. What do you guys want to see next? So I'm perfectly happy to just take you through the last few days I've been through. Oh, look at this fun thing. This was fun. Yes?
There's a seventh grade
Mm-hmm.
So, it's really cool because you can take two pieces. You can also create joints.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, when I run out of things to say in about 5 or 10 minutes, I may just give the give control over to you. 'Cause I am 100% sure you know more about OnShape than I do. Oh, yes, you do, because you said hidden joint. I'm like, oh, okay, hidden joint. That meant something different when I was in school. But
Could you grab a piece of 1x2 tubing and drop it in, and maybe attach something to it?
sure. So the way I'm going to show you that is actually not by grabbing it from the Part Studio here, although I'm pretty sure they have. Yeah, so you've got a whole bunch of prefab pieces you can make. But the one of the things I liked about the course that I've been going through is that it walks you through manually creating things. So let me open that up. Whoops. Why is it? Oh, owned by me. There we go. So one thing I did not realize is how complicated OnShape documents can be. So their entire course has with multiple sections is broken up into separate tabs that are nested inside of each other. Let me go into this one. Nope, I'll go one further. Okay, and we'll delete that. Okay, that will leave in. So one of the first things in this course was add some cross braces to this frame. So and it looks like I'm going to have to delete a couple things, so let me get rid of them. Okay, well, that's not what I want to do. Okay, so one of the things that I found hard to get used to with CAD programs is that you always start with a sketch if you're making parts. And so we wanted some 1x2 tubing, so I'll make a rectangle. And you notice that the outer frame is also made of 1x2 tubing, and the dimension for that has already been set to be 1. And so instead of setting the length of this explicitly to be 1, I can constrain that. Oh, everything's open. And I'm going to make the length of this side the same as the length of that side. So what's kind of fun about this, and I mean, you'd never do this in real life, but is if you're like, you know what, 1-inch tubing's overrated. I would like to have 2-inch tubing everywhere. It's like, okay, I'll change all that stuff for you. That's awesome. Or maybe you want to make the first solid aluminum bots. You're like, I'll use 10-inch tubing. Now I lost the dimension. But this is one of the things I hadn't understood before I started going through this course about why does it make any sense to CAD your robot before the season if you don't know what your dimensions are going to be? And the answer is, if you design things the right way, you can change the dimensions. So let's see. So with the bar the way I've set it here, I can move it. Let me turn off dimensions. I can move it side by side or side to side, but it's automatically locked it to the two things that I connected to. In the instructions, it said they wanted the support tubes 4 inches from the center. I wasn't sure how to do that, but they told me there was a dimension thing. So I just clicked that, went from the center to the side and hoped for the best. And got 4-inch spacing. One of the, so the couple things that jumped out to me about this set of materials as a coach, one is that it's very robotics focused. So a lot of the general OnShape stuff is like, let's design this jet engine. And I'm like, why? I mean, I appreciate the people who design jet engines, I really do, yes.
Is there like a count or a list of like all the measurements that you need to like cut or like of how much you're using?
Yes. Well, let's take a look at that in a minute. So, although I'll give you a preview, my answer is going to be yes, I know there is, and I don't know the button. So, but I think the person who is back there stepped out of the room for a minute, so we can't ask him. He really does not think he knows it better than.
I think what she's asking for is like, is there?
So we So yeah, we definitely get a bill of materials out, and I know where that button is. And I think that you can put out schematic drawings too. It will calculate the mass of your robot, and one of the things in the education plan is that it'll do some simulation of your robot mechanics so that you can stress test things.
I don't know about OnShape, but like other CAD samples that I use is you can also have what you're describing with dimensioning. It's called parametrics.
Mm-hmm.
And you can have like instead of SolidWorks, you can have a parametric dimension list, so where you can actually name each
Mm-hmm.
dimension, and then it's like, okay, you can have a tubing thickness, tubing width, tubing height tool, and then as you're designing, you can just keep on referencing back to
Okay.
that same thing.
Nice.
I don't know if OnShape has it or not.
There is some parametric design. I haven't gotten there yet. And I'll show you, we are going to make a tube in a minute. And there's one of the tools they have you, or one of the scripts they have you install as part of the setup for the frcdesign.org course is this tool that will let you set the wall thickness of tubes, and we'll put different hole patterns on there for you. So, yep. So, yep, up here first, and then you. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so the thing you were just on with all the parts, that doesn't include the tubing? You still have to build the tubing?
There is tubing in there
Okay.
already. So the nice thing about this is that if I I know what happened, yeah. So let me save this. So this frame has been set up to be square. So the nice thing about this is that if I want to go from a 24 or 26-inch frame to a 30-inch frame, and I save that, then it's updated all the dimensions of all the perimeter dimensions. And so you may be able to do that with the pre-built parts, but I know for sure you can do it with the things that you've sketched out yourself. And with this, what time is it? We might have time to go through the whole setup, but the way that this is dimensioned is you set the dimension has been set from this corner in to be 4.5 inches. And so it calculates for you what the length of the tube in between that needs to be. So if you decide you want to, a week or two into the season, you want to change your frame perimeter and change that, you'll get an updated list of what you need to cut. Top layout. So I had added one cross support. Let's add another one. And instead of manually drawing another tube, I'm going to mirror the tube I already have. So there's a mirror tool. You pick what you want to mirror around, pick what you want to have mirrored, and it's mirrored. And the advantage of doing it that way is that if you decide you want more space in the middle, it's going to do it to both of them because you've mirrored it. So I haven't gotten all the way through this yet, but one of the things I've appreciated is that from the beginning they're talking about how you should think about dimensioning. Use constraints whenever you can rather than putting in explicit dimensions. Part of my frustration with CAD in the past, I think, had been like, okay, I've got to type in 1 inch for every tube and 2 inches for every tube. It's how you know you're doing it wrong. Oh, you had a question back there. No. I do know how to do rivets. I'll show you later. It's very riveting. It's amazing I've survived as long as I have as the coach, because not infrequently the kids would love to do me in. Okay, so I would like to extrude. Okay, so why am I not seeing the drawing? I just, oh. There we go. Okay, so we're going to make these tubes, and there is a extrude button in OnShape. The downside of it is that it doesn't actually apply to these tubes because they're not touching each other, but if you had a frame of tubes and you use one extrude tool and you click on all 4 of those, it's going to make one part out of those 4 tubes rather than making 4 separate tubes. So one of the tools that the FRC design folks provide is a tool for extruding individual pieces. And the way extrusion works is you click on the surface that you want to extrude. So I'll click on those 2. And if I rotate here, right, you can see it's made tubes. They're 1 inch, not 2 inches, so I'll make them 2 inches. And I didn't want them to be sticking up out of the frame, so I'll make them symmetric. You notice there aren't holes. And so I'm going to use another tool that they provided called a tube converter. So I could use the one I've already got applied to the chassis, but I put another one up here so you could see it. So with the tube converter, you select the tubes you want to apply it to, and it adds holes. If you like rev stuff like our team does, maybe you get max tube. You can see this tool's a little bit slow, so one of the things I recommend later on is don't go crazy with the holes because it takes a long time to render. You can do the max pattern tube, you can do the normal, which has holes on the top and the bottom, but not on the sides. So but I'll just go back to the 1 inch between holes. Yeah, so you can drag the tubes in. It turns out to be kind of fun once you know how to do it, to make the tubes. Let me show you. Well, here, let me. So this ended up with, the last exercise was make the entire swerve chassis from scratch and add this triangle thing on both sides. And this took like 15 minutes maybe. It would have taken me much longer if I tried to start with this exercise, but I'd already been through the make the tube so many times that it was pretty quick. So Let me show you gussets. Right, so a gusset is any one of these pieces that's connecting a couple pieces of aluminum tubing. And what I'm planning to tell my team is that we should not design every single gusset by hand because we have some already that we've bought from Rev, and if we can use those, we should use those. There is a CNC machine in our room now, but we don't have a lot of experience with it. Okay, so I'm going to make a gusset. What do you guys want it to be? One of the full triangle ones, like that orange one? Do you want it to be a T? Do you want it to be a right triangle? I'll do whatever you want. T, okay. Okay, so first I'm going to switch over to sketch mode. And you have to, generic in CAD, I think, select which plane you're going to do your sketch on. So I'm going to do my sketch on this face of the tubing. And one of the other things I struggled with in the past when I was trying to do CAD stuff was like, I want this hole to be in my new part. I don't know how to make that happen. There's this little button called Use. And so I'm just going to grab one of the holes from the tubing, and now that's part of my drawing. And we'll grab one here and one here also. There is a linear pattern tool so that you could just do one of these and then lay them out that way. And then on this side, we'll do one here and one there. Okay, so next step for gusseting is to make an arc. And it's not at all obvious at the beginning how this is going to turn into a gusset. So I'm going to put one piece of the arc at the center there, and then I apologize. Wait, that is not right. I chose the wrong kind of arc. So I know it's just about impossible to see, but there is an arc, a blue arc on the green material. Let me see if I zoom out here and let's get. Okay, so. Then where's our sketch? Here it is. Okay, this way the arcs will show up a little bit better. So the reason I'm doing these arcs is eventually we want the gusset to have round edges. And so I'm going to dimension this arc so that it is 1/4 inch from, oops, I did that wrong. 1/4 inch from the arc to the circle. And then I'll go over to here and make another arc because I want a rounded corner here too. And another arc over here. And rather than putting in the same 1/4 inch dimension everywhere, I'm going to constrain the arcs so that this last arc I drew has to be the same as the first one. And by the same here, it means the same radius. And the second arc I drew has to be the same as the first one. One little thing that can happen, and good, it happened this time, is that you notice on 2 of the arcs, there's blue dots at the end. So those blue dots I can drag around to put them wherever I want. This one, come on, has a white dot at the end. You can't drag that. I didn't do that on purpose. What happened was it noticed that it was either where I started dragging or stopped dragging was lined up with this, and it was like, oh, I bet you probably wanted those to be vertically aligned. You can show those constraints, and here the constraint that's causing the issue is this vertical one, so I can delete that, and it turns out I need to delete that to finish making the gusset, so let me turn that back off. So I'm just going to drag these around a little bit more for the next step. So the next step basically is to connect these up with some lines. It's ironic. The practice the other day, the folks on the team were like, why did they make this so awkward on a trackpad? And I was like, trackpads are the best. It feels really awkward right now. Okay, so this is another part where I wouldn't have thought this works, but we're just going to put lines between everything where we're going to want lines. We'll want those two things connected. We're going to want to go from here roughly to here. Notice how it's kind of locked in there. Change the dash, it's holding it horizontal. I don't actually want that constraint, I think. And then to here. Then we'll go from here over to there. So then to straighten this up, it's using the right kind of constraint. So there's a tangent constraint. If I click on this arc and that curve, it moves the arc so that the curve is, so that the horizontal piece is coming off smoothly. So I need to do that for these two, and then these two. And then I'll do it for those two. Those, and this one, and that one. So what kind of constraint do I want here? What do I want the angle between those lines to be? Perpendicular. So there's probably perpendicular. There it is. So let's see if we can make this one and that one perpendicular. That did not go the way it was supposed to. Yeah, no, you're right. It's at 90. Let's try these two. Here's what I'm going to try. Let's show the constraints again. And wait, what was the, I heard a suggestion. Okay, so I'm going to try that. I think right now it might not let me because it's already, yes. Yeah, so, okay, so. Yeah. Go away. Right, so let's try removing some constraints. So let's get rid of this right angle. Let's get rid of, so when I mouse over the constraint, it's showing me which two pieces are involved. So let's get rid of those two, and let's get rid of that one and get rid of this tangent. Okay, so the suggestion was I should do the parallel constraint. So you're saying this one and this one. Yeah, that's looking better. Okay. And these two should really be coincident. Yeah, I'm. Wait. What? Probably. There we go. So I use the coincident tool to get them matched up, and now we should be able to put the last tangent constraint in there. So notice at the moment I've still got one thing in the sketch that's blue. It means it's not constrained. And in the lower left here next to the sketch, it's indicating that there's something that's not constrained yet. So by the end of designing your part, you want everything to be constrained. So let's try doing this. Okay. So now we need to extrude that. I'm just going to use the regular extrude. There's something here I don't like. I only wanted 3 holes. I'm sure there's a better way to do it, but so far I've just been going in and clicking on the holes I don't want to extrude those two. This may be a little bit beefier connection than you want, so I'll do 1/8 of an inch instead, and you can put in fractions. So there's your T-bracket. But so this, like I said, earlier, if the only thing that our team uses CAD for this season is connecting up, not the right angle things, those are easy, but some of the stuff that's coming together is at a funny angle, it'd be great. Other things you guys would like to see?
Does that one have, like the MKCAD one that, like different gear generators, it's not like gear generators and gear spacing stuff, but you can like, give you, like what belt size you'd need and that kind of.
Yeah, let me get. Okay, trying to find something where I've got one that's called an assembly. Let me just add one. So I may not end up in the right place here. Let's do belt and pulleys. Yeah, this is not what I'm looking for. So, yes, it does. And I know that because I've looked at the sections of the course, but I haven't gotten there yet, so I don't know how. But yeah, there's, yep.
Sorry, I just had a question. I heard there was something wrong with OnShape. Something changed, but this looks just the same. One of the, I think it was an Iron Mosquitoes mentor, talked to me about it at the Rise event. Something different about CAD. Something had gotten changed.
Not sure. Maybe. Yeah, the only thing I noticed, and I know this is trivial, is that they added dark mode.
Yeah,
So, yep, go ahead.
I run an older computer. I've tried a bunch of different browsers. My computer will not run it in regular mode. Like 2003, I think?
That doesn't surprise me.
Okay, I have to put it in dark mode because the back of the dimension locations is black, and it makes the dimensions the same color. Is there any way to fix that? My guy keeps saying stronger browser. What's the best one to use?
Is a computer really from 2003?
It was my dad's computer in college, so probably. It runs Windows 7.
So I'm happy, you can record me saying this if you want, so you can say, hey, the first guy said, you need a new computer. I mean, imagine trying to build a first robot using the 2003 control system, right? You just, the amount of memory and storage is expected to be in a browser these days is just so different. So I'll get to you in a second. There's a question over here, I think. Nope, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. That one I know. Go up to the drop down where your name is. Whoops, I right-clicked instead of left. And there's a dark mode toggle there. It burns. Get better. Yeah, exactly. Precious. Yeah. Other questions, which I can find the page for you, but maybe not know how to do.
How do you assign, like if you had a group of kids, how do you assign this FRC designs to them in class?
So I think they have to, each of them will have to go in individually and add the FRC app in their account. let me switch browsers. So this is the team account I've set up. Oh, that wasn't it. Hang on. Let's see. So I haven't even, so with the classroom stuff, I haven't gotten very far into this, but my impression basically is you make a class and Sputnik 2026. Ooh, Sputnik. I haven't added anybody to it yet, but then once I've created a class, I can make an assignment. And so I'll go back and check the slides to make sure I've got a link to the OnShape instructions for this. And they've got a series of videos that I was watching earlier today. And you can either have the students start with a new document if you want them to start with something blank, or start with a document that you select. So like one of the things I might do next week is make just a couple of pieces that are coming together, tubes that are coming together at a funny angle, and tell them design a gusset that would connect these. And so then I'll probably give them that to start with. Make a chassis.
Most of this stuff, I mean, the kids got Chromebooks. It's web-based and it'll run on Chromebooks relatively well as far as until you get into a lot of rendering probably. But.
That's what OnShape says. I would expect OnShape to say that. I have not actually witnessed folks running it on a Chromebook, so I have no idea. What? Yes, if it's 2003 Chromebook, it's not going to work. Sorry, not throwing shade. Just saying. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let me go back to this. That's where it was. So I just added to the slides a link to the videos about setting up classes and assignments and stuff. And so they walk through a couple of things in there. One is that a student can submit an assignment, and then if you have it set up this way, they can resubmit. And every time they resubmit, it ends up creating another checkpoint. So. Like Juliet was saying in the earlier presentation, talking about awards, realistically, we are not going to maintain a paper engineering notebook. But if we do the design in OnShape and we can walk the judges through, well, we did this, and then we changed it that way, that way, that way, that I could see doing. Yep, not a problem. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Bye-bye. Have a safe trip. Oh, in fact, we're supposed to be done in 3 minutes. So I'm happy to stick around if you got questions. Yeah, thanks for coming.
The rivet tool is the only thing I was not use. Or not the rivet.
Oh, okay.
I don't